they not disrupted the voting, we would have had a voter turnout of 75%.
Gachagua also claimed that President William Ruto has sent allies to persuade him to resume political cooperation. However, he insisted he has no intention of working with the president again.
Huyu msichana ya hapa Murang'a, hata nimeona akinipigia simu hapa sahi. Sasa unajua, sasa hata sijui mimi, I don't know what will happen because hii watu ya Kasongo wananisumbua na masimu. They are really disturbing me. Sasa hata huyu mjumbe wangu hapa ya Madera on Monday before we voted on Thursday alitumia mimi message. Akaniambia mimi nilikuwa mtu yako, ukaambiwa mimi si mtu mzuri. Sijui ukanigeuka ndio mimi nikaenda kwa Ruto.
The government, through the Kenya Defence Forces, is set to implement a 30 million shillings memorial project for the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga following the official handover of the project site by his family. Speaking during the handover ceremony, Raila Odinga Jr. said his father's legacy was founded on democracy, peace and the Constitution of Kenya. The memorial is expected to be completed by the end of September, ahead of the first anniversary of his death.
I knew him as a father who taught us that leadership begins with respect, humility, and service. Those lessons stay with me. What he built was not a monument to himself, but rather a constitution. It was peace chosen again and again. The test of real leadership is not what a man wins for himself, but what he leaves standing after he is gone. And by that test, Jacom, he built more than most. He believed in this country, and he believed this country belongs to all of us. The site is built in that spirit.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, SpiceFM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. If you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption, because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, and it's the 21st of July, and good morning.
Good morning.
You're looking at me like, why am I shouting?
Kwaji.
Niko salama. I've decided it's all about your attitude. Your attitude determines your altitude.
Well, which altitude are you flying on this morning?
I don't know. Some thousands of... I don't know. We'll figure it out along the way. But your attitude determines your...
Attitude. Your
altitude. Exactly.
Okay.
How are we flying this plane this morning?
We're flying it easy.
Nduh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Destination check.
Is where? Czechoslovakia?
No, I know, not Czechoslovakia. We're just going to Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evelyn Altangulia.
Yes. Evelyn is on her way to Spain. But it's okay. We'll forgive her for now.
It's okay. For now, yeah.
Yeah? Everybody's fine?
Everybody's fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yes. The two Barasas and one skitty.
Yeah.
I've decided that it's going to be the garage band, and that's what it's going to be called. The two Barasas and one skitty.
What are kondakas?
What?
What are kondani?
Okay.
Yeah. Wote wako around. Acha niseme hivyo.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
They're in the area.
Yeah, in the area.
It's good.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. It's Tuesday, like I said. There's 10 days left in the month of July. And just like, we're into the second half of the year proper. And it's already coming to an end in terms of that 7th month. Yes, it does. It does, indeed. And confirming that everybody's doing okay. What happened yesterday? Yesterday was Monday. And you know what? I ate my hat. Because the IG of Police, Douglas Kanja, and Mohammed Amin actually went to court yesterday.
Yeah.
And the families of the 3 missing gentlemen told the court, these people, they know where our people are.
Yeah.
And they had appeared in court, and the judge, Muteti, essentially told them, sit over here for a minute, let us conclude these particular deliberations, and then
I'll deal with you later.
And true to form, they stayed. I don't know if it's a turning point or they wanted me to shave my head. But they actually showed up yesterday in courts. Yes, I'm actually quite impressed that they did. Of course, look into those stories and see what happened.
It was after this... Was it the first summon?
The second.
Second song.
Yes.
Okay. So they still went to court late anyway.
They showed up. So we'll of course, we'll look into the details and see what that's all about. But it's one of the headlines today. It's making the headlines. So we're getting into the day proper. Thank you very much. Marion is stirring things today. And Skitty's also here. Mutanu, cute as ever. And Joy B, I think she's got some energy. That Joy B energy is coming into it today. So karibuni sana. Thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. A lot of stuff to get through today. And we're going to be looking at some policy today. Because when you come out and make promises, let's look at the bedrock or the foundation upon which those promises have been made, if that's the case. Murang'a County borders Nyandarua County. Murang'a County Water Company does take on some of the responsibility of Nyandarua in terms of provision of water. They seem to think that they know what it takes to actually have a proper water supply around the country. And that's one of the things that we're going to be talking about. That in this day and age, because they'll speak for Murang'a, but at the same time they'll speak for the country, that in this day and age, you still have people going kilometers to fetch dirty water to then be able to use. I know, it's laughable that we should still be having those conversations, but it's the truth. And so we'll be looking into piped promises and patched towns. Unpacking Kenya's water deficit. Engineer Daniel Nganga is the managing director of the Murang'a Water and Sanitation Company, and he joins us at 9 o'clock for this conversation around what it's really going to take to have proper water supply in this country. Is it that the supply is not enough? Are we not doing what it takes to harvest water? We'll have that conversation at 9 o'clock with Engineer Nganga. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to be talking around the fact that there's a bar bench friction, and the bar and the bench that I'm talking about is not where you go to imbibe libations. I'm talking about the bar, the lawyers, and the bench, the judges. They seem to be in a bit of a squabble. And there's a breakdown of courtroom decorum and consultative channels. That's what we're going to be looking at today, because they've said, you know what? The lawyers have said, because of the way you people are behaving, we'll boycott. Just you stay over there. So it's going to be an interesting conversation. Two lawyers join us today. Nordine Kagai is an advocate, and Charles Kanjama is the president of the Law Society of Kenya. They'll both be with us today at 8 o'clock, and we'll be looking at this issue. So what's the problem? Who's got to be in their bonnet? And how can we lift it and get it out? So let's talk about that at 8 o'clock and find out exactly what the issue is. Now, he is the Member of Parliament for Kimilili constituency. His name is Ditmas Barasa. Another Barasa. It looks like it's raining Barasas. It's raining Barasa. Hallelujah. Anyway, so that conversation takes place at 7 o'clock today, and we're going to be looking at Ditmas on fractures, alliances and allegiances, members and future of party politics. The Western Bloc is high in conversation this week, especially leading up to the 25th, when we're supposed to hear some major announcement about what Edwin Sifuna will do or not do.
Earthquake?
We're still waiting for the earthquake from 2022. Somebody said there was going to be an earthquake. We're still waiting. But that having been said, the Western Bloc, in terms of numbers, if they were essentially, we've heard it, Natembeya, Mudavadi himself, with Tangula saying, if we can get our things together, then we're probably a force to be reckoned with. Leave alone everybody shouting about the mountain. Over here to the west, is a group of people, if they were able to get it together, in terms of unity, they could actually be a force.
It's very tight, man.
To be reckoned with. So let's talk about that force and whether it is to be reckoned with the Member of Parliament at 7 a.m. as we go into that conversation this week. Sawa. So, Member of Parliament joins us at 7. The lawyers join us at 8. And the watermen join us at 9. That's what our conversations look like today. Karibuni sana. Thank you for being here with us today. Did I tell you that the people who are running the show behind the scenes today is a merry band of 5 strong women? Yes, so we're getting into it today. Karibuni sana. Our live streams are up. YouTube, Facebook, and on X. It's Dennis Aseto and Nduh with you in the Situation Room this morning. Just in case you're confused about what you tuned into, it's Kenya's biggest conversation, and tuned in around the country, the region, and the world. We will conflict. We will comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. We'll have those uncomfortable conversations because it's necessary to do so. So thank you for kicking into the room this morning, and a very warm welcome to our audience on KTN today as we get into the conversation simulcast on radio and on television. Dennis, you took us yesterday
to Madagascar, home of vanilla. You know, when you talk about vanilla, it's actually natural vanilla that you would get anywhere across the world. Comes from Madagascar. So 90% of wildlife from the country, you can only find it there. You can't find it anywhere else unless now people take that these wildlife and they condition the environment to meet that which they have back home. One last thing is it's the 4th largest island in the world. But the proverb we get this morning, even a goat can bite when conditions become unbearable. Even a goat can bite when conditions become unbearable. How would you interpret it?
Well, I mean, if you push to the wall, sometimes you have no way to go but out. It's just like they say, the basement has no bottom floor.
Yeah.
Or rather, rock bottom has no basement.
Yeah.
So if you're pushed to the wall, the only way to go is to push back. That's something that would not ordinarily bite, which is like a goat. It would just chew its whatever. When pushed to the corner or when your back's against the ropes, you're going to do something that you would not ordinarily do. And sometimes situations push you into things like that. And so sometimes it can be expected.
Yeah. Each and every single thing has its red line that you shouldn't cross. Everybody should just play in the field, in their pitch, but don't cross that red line. Because once you cross that red line, people start pushing back.
Yeah.
So it goes back to even the political class leadership, anybody pretty much, in terms of knowing where the red line is and not crossing it.
Yeah. Indeed. Yep. So just know, I guess you get to also know what your boundaries are. Okay, and so we're getting into conversations this morning. Thank you again for being here. We'll talk to you about where you're tuned in from. Like I said, our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. Click in anywhere there, and we'll then be able to let you know, rather, you let us know where it is that you're tuned in from. And very blessed to have you join us this morning. So let's greet you as we get into it this morning. Very good morning to you. And this is G. Kenyon says, good morning from Nairobi. Very good morning. Karibu Sana. Thank you for being in the room this morning and for joining us in these conversations. Carrier Peter is tuned in from Mombasa and says, never follow a leader who is more in love with power than people, because power without compassion is dangerous. It really is.
True.
Yes. Know who you're following. Don Sabwa says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Ask Aseto, who do you want to ask? You want me to ask him? You say, please then. And Ask Aseto, is the All Kalau message to Kenyans a mixture, since everyone has his own understanding depending on one's eating table?
I guess what we can get from All Kalau is lessons. What have we learned from All Kalau? That at the end of the day, each and every single person has a single vote. Whatever you do with it depends on you.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
It's up to you to make a decision whichever way you want. So lessons from All Kalau. That should actually be a book.
It should.
Lessons from
All Kalau. Or somebody should write a column, column series or something. All right. Hisa Daniel says, good morning from Matiak in Uganda. And Robert Sobogo is tuning from Mombasa this morning. Rose Grace says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Blessings to you and to you too, Grace. May they never run out. James says, hello, just like other titles such as HSC and Senior Counsel, should we really call someone honorable simply for winning a political seat, whichever way, or after delivering the expected? Well, it's the system.
It's the system.
You borrowed a system whereby representatives are called honorable. It was not your idea.
Yeah.
You borrowed the system, and so you stuck with it. So if you think that it is not necessary, this is why the people need to come together and say, actually, you know what? This system does not work for us.
Yeah.
Until and unless that happens, guess what? You shall continue calling them honorable. Yeah.
Because when you think about it, honorable simply because I cast my vote and you became a member of parliament.
It's the system.
Like, shut up.
It's the parliamentary system that you borrowed.
I am the honorable.
It's up to you.
You're supposed to honor me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Anyway, the system.
Somali Pirate. Nice name. Good morning from County 019. Siasa Mbaya, Maisha Mbaya, Sifuna for president. Okay, you've decided. Okay. David Mangera says, good morning, SpiceFM and the TSR team. Karibu. Robert Nyange tuned in this morning from Voi. And Decombo says, what a wonderful, beautiful and blessed day. Glory to God. Good morning, all my neighbors. A very good way to start the day, I agree. Wanda says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto from Toronto. The UK has a new Prime Minister. Imagine, the sixth one in 10 years. A true revolving door. Would you accept to change your president that frequently?
Yes.
Let me tell you, if it's not working, take it off.
Yeah.
And these guys have why did Starmer say we're done? Why? Because he said to have received gifts.
Thank you.
Gift that come, uncle, please come and carry. They now said, come on. According to our constitution,
you can't. You should.
There's only a certain threshold that you can reach. Should you surpass that? And this is very public. So he said, okay, just because of that. And also that he failed to declare them in time.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That's how high the index is. So yes, actually, I think it's a good thing.
At that point, what he did actually is he operated against the rules, against the law.
Yeah.
And based off that, he said, you know what? It's cool. I'm going to leave. Hey, Kenya, we're operating outside the law every day.
I'd rather die than resign. Yeah. It's been said here. So yes, does that need to be a revolving door? Absolutely. Come and carry and go.
If we are, you remember we were just from talking about the system? If we inherited the system, let's inherit everything. No?
Ama.
Kabisa.
Yeah. So yes, Wanda, the answer is absolutely. Change it. It's not working. Change it. It's like you put on a shirt, it doesn't quite fit. Remove it. Put on another one.
True.
Yes. And I think when we start to look at governance like that you can live out your governance daily with fear and trembling, you will get results. Stephen Juma says, good morning. Good morning, Team Spice. Very good morning to you. Leo says, hello, Nduh and Aseto. When did this government say they're releasing Inua Jamii funds? And when is the biometric registration going to be done? Those are good questions. I wish we had the answers right now.
Yeah.
Bernard Ogamba says, good morning. Politicians, spare us. Don't sabotage tourism or businesses for politics. Protect Kenya's economy and livelihoods above political rivalry. Politics is not an economic activity. Well, some might argue. Gekota says, good morning, my people. Princess Nduh Dennis Ivy is on leave for a couple of days. Okay, a couple of weeks, perhaps. Looks like one I have always said here. President Ruto wants to be the president. Well, yeah. Even if he's the only remaining one alive, just saying. Okay. Calvin Mirindo, my love, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Jennifer Atenyi says, good morning, Nduh, Dennis and Spice family. Looking forward to a great conversation. Karibu, Jennifer, thank you for being here. Rogers Lai is also tuned in this morning. And Henry Accepted says, good morning, Spice family. Aseto, nakuona, mambo yako poa?
Fiti.
Nduh, we are here. Chapakazi kabisa. Christina says, good morning. There is a difference between bold and arrogant. Ruto asking youth to be shot is arrogance. Sifuna standing between the bullet and youth while other ways she may run for their lives is boldness. Couldn't agree more.
Check me out.
Margaret Wanjohi says, good morning all at Spice FM Situation Room from Houston, Texas. It's great to be here. Let's continue the great conversation.
Karibu sana.
Christina says, the standard calling out the failure of government is bold. You've decided now you're going to tell us the difference between bold and what? What was the other one? Arrogant. Okay. Christina, good morning. 87.9 radio frequency is not working since yesterday morning. Yes, Kiara Peter is actually being worked on to see what the issue is there. Drift Session says, good morning, Spice FM. Please remember to ask Ditmas about his previous misgivings. He has been accused to have allegedly killed and avoided court orders. Happy Tuesday. Yeah. Okay. Christina, so you decided to bring our UDA Didmas ahead of Sifuna's homecoming. Well, the Western conversation is happening this week.
Yep.
So let's talk about it as much as we can. Eric Nganga says, good morning, Spice FM. There was a great job on masking the goons on a station that you watched. Fantastic. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Linda Gola, mes amis, ça va toi? Hope you're well. Daniel Churu says, much love and blessings, dear Nduh and Aseto. Wishing you all a wonderful morning and a blessed day. Sometimes I shudder to think just what we'd have been subjected to by this regime if under the old constitution, right? Paul Olaka says, good morning, tuned in. Bulembe Nation is sifunated. Mudavadi, Weta, Atwoli, and Oparanya won't stop us. It's a new dawn. Let's talk. Mutuflani says, good morning, all. Princess Nduh and Aseto. How do we know that the crew are real people and not fictional characters? We've only seen EVE Peke. Umesikia sasa? They don't know that you people are real. I think we're talking to minions and robots.
Yes, Marion Skitty.
Yeah,
JB,
you have to make an appearance. And Mutanu. You have to make an appearance so that they know you're real. It's not me who has said it. Here. Zachary says, good morning. Keep doing the great job you're doing, Asante Sana. We feel enlightened each passing day. A great duo. Can't wait for your show to be coming in the 365 days. Thank you so much, Zachary. And Hilary Achieng says, good morning. Tune in from County 001, Nduh and Aseto. Let me remind you that nothing good will come out of the KK government. Hilary Achieng, have you taken over Kimiak's work?
Yeah.
And where is Kimiak?
Where is Kimiak? Kimiak, where are you?
This is week number 2. We can't find you.
Petition.
You need to tell us that you're okay.
Yes.
And then come back into the room. Sawa. We are waiting you. Live from Diani, Isa Mathenge is tuned in this morning. Karibu Sana. And Robert Abusa says, good morning, tuned. President is God to choose. It's God to choose the president. You're right. Can't argue there at all. Good morning, everybody. Very lovely to have you in the room today as you get into the conversation with us. Let's clock in and see what they will bring out as we have these conversations one to the other.
Yeah.
Sawa. All right, let's take a look at what's going on with weather, traffic, and we'll be back in a minute.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
Okay, so taking a look at what's happening on the roads this morning as we're getting into it. A little bit coming off of North Airport Road and not too bad actually. On the Thika Superhighway, a little bit of traffic also as you come in through towards the Pangani Underpass, coming off the Thika Superhighway. So that's a little bit busy here and there. But apart from that, nothing much popping at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and make sure that it does keep moving. We need you to talk to us. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Spice FM. Njeri.
Hi there, it's Yolanda Mulwa. Your mid-mornings just got a lot sweeter. We're celebrating a massive milestone because our friends over at the Karen Hub are turning 10. And they're not just celebrating for a day, they've lined up something incredible every single day from July the 12th to August the 2nd. I'm talking Wellness Wednesdays, Fashion Fridays, exclusive anniversary store offers, and a massive weekend experience you cannot afford to miss. Want to know how you can be a part of the celebration? Then tune in to Sugar and Spice every weekday from 11 a.m. and get all the details.
Hii Julai, toa baridi na bei chini, burudani juu kwenye Star Times. Usikose sura ya pili, simulizi ya ziada. Mwanamke aliyetelekezwa na mumewe Sam na kujikuta akikabiliwa na maamuzi magumu. Je, atabaki na kupigania ndoa yake au ataondoka na kuanza ukurasa mpya wa maisha? Jiunge na waigizaji Anita Wawuda, Gibson Hausa, Michael Saruni, Ivy Wanjiku na Jovial kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa saa 2 kamili kwenye Rainbow TV. Pata aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 tu na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 pekee. Jiunge leo katika maduka yetu kote nchini Kenya. Bonyeza star 858# kurenew subscription yako na kuenjoy offer ya kupata upgrade to the next high bouquet valid till 31st July. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Looking for convenience, variety, and speed all in one place? Welcome to Digger Shop, the official e-commerce platform by Standard Group PLC. From the latest electronics and fashion must-haves to home essentials and unique Kenyan crafts, we've got it all. And guess what? Enjoy countrywide delivery within 48 hours straight to your doorstep. Shop smart, shop secure, and shop with confidence. Visit shop.digger.co.ke. That is shop.digger.co.ke. Digger Shop. Dig it, shop it, love it.
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 27 minutes to 7 o'clock, we're taking a look into the headlines here on the Situation Room and on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Panic in the Valley. And there's a picture of the President, His Excellency William Ruto, walking towards State House, maybe. And he's back to, I don't know, where? The turnout in Okoh did more than fill a vacant parliamentary seat. It took the political bedrock of the Rift Valley. Rather, it shook the political bedrock of the Rift Valley. For President William Ruto's inner circle, the by-election result has evolved from a single electoral upset into a political alarm. At the weekend, the president's allies, led by Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, rallied the Kalenjin community to register as voters in large numbers, warning that President Ruto faces what they described as a monumental threat. The message was unmistakable. Every new voter card could either reinforce their political base or strengthen the opposition. With the DCP showing the ground is no longer as solid as once thought, the race to register, mobilize and secure every vote has begun, turning the routine exercise of voter registration into the first battleground in the run-up to 2027. Yeah, that was interesting that over the weekend everybody was okay. It's clear in some ways that the secret is in the numbers. If you have people coming out unequivocally, there's very little then that you can do. So they've come out to say, look, you need to back your own, essentially, is what they're saying.
I'm really getting tired of regional politics and politics of ethnicity, though. I think we should just get out of that box.
Well,
everyone now is retreating to their tribal cocoons and now asking the people, you see, now you need to back me up because mimi ni wenu, wewe ni mtu wetu.
Which you don't.
At the end of the day, once you become president, you are president for all the other tribes, for the 55 million people. So at what point then will we ever just be grown-ups and say no to tribalism, to negative ethnicity? I mean, anyway.
Looking into more stories, teachers, civil servants to earn more under the new SRC pay review. It's interesting that this is happening, and I think that, look, I don't think teachers are paid enough. I don't think that they're recognized in terms of the fundamental role that they play in terms of the society. However, I think that there are certain ducks in a row that need to be gotten before you look at this. But all the same, I couldn't agree more that if there's an SRC pay review and that teachers, amongst other civil servants, should actually be earning more, that the money is available. Pay the teachers. Pay them. Because the work that they do is unmatched, number one. And number two, that they're influencing lives and that you're going to then incentivize them for this, I think, is extremely important. In Taita Taveta, 2 men die by suicide every week. Every week. So if you've had 20 weeks in the last, however many weeks that you've had in the first half of the year, 25 weeks, that you've lost 50 men in Taita Taveta.
So you're talking about 100 plus in a year?
Yes. That's just in Taita Taveta. Kiambu leaders confront deadly alcoholism crisis. I remember that former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and his wife, Dorcas Gachagua, were very intent on fighting this thing and talking about the fact that too many people would be in a drunken stupor at 9 a.m, and that you would walk into certain towns and you find people having been drunk the whole night and they're not doing anything. And it is actually hitting certain counties more than others, certain areas more than others. People have done studies, but residents of Nduh say young men are trapped in addiction and they're dying prematurely. Politicians have come up with initiatives, particularly indoor games, to occupy the youth.
I'll ask the question. I remember under the laws, right? There are operating hours when a pub should open, when a wines and spirits should open and operate, right?
Yes.
But if you just do a drive or just walk around your hood, you'd find wines and spirits, bars open, and people are drinking openly during the day. So then, where is enforcement of the law?
Thank you. There isn't.
There you go.
Simple.
There you go.
There isn't. It's to me. This is it's formulaic. If you want this, you do this.
Yeah, it's so simple.
It's very simple.
It's very simple. You know, how do you have a Wines and Spirit or a bar 200 meters away from a school? What exactly
or sharing
are
a
you
fence
saying?
with a school.
Or sharing a fence with a school. What does the law say with regard to distance from schools, from places of worship? What does the law say? So at the point when someone is given license to operate, the person who's giving that license should actually be in jail for doing what? Breaking the law. We know exactly what we need to do.
But the bottom line here is the almighty shilling, and that's what people are after.
Okay.
So this is a big one. It's still to be. MPs are demanding answers over the dismissal of 18 pregnant police recruits. They're recruits, but when they were at Kiganjo, no,
they were not.
Yeah.
When they were joining during the
during the recruitment exercise, if they were pregnant, what happened? Anyway, the National Assembly has demanded an explanation from the National Police Service concerning the dismissal of 18 female recruits from Kiganjo Police Training College. The recruits were dismissed after they tested positive for pregnancy. MPs questioned the legality of the decision. Makueni MP Suzanne Kiamba said the dismissal raised questions, rather issues of compliance with the Constitution, labor laws, and principles of fair administrative action. The dismissal of female recruits solely on the basis of pregnancy has raised legitimate public concern regarding compliance with the Constitution, existing labor laws, and the principles of fair administration. Now, the NPS confirmed in May that the recruits were discontinued from training course because of pregnancy. She said it is unclear whether the pregnancies occurred before the women reported for training or during the course. Okay. I don't know that there would be an issue during the training program and how rigorous it was, and that you were not able to participate if you were pregnant. And if they were doing it for the safety of these women, or they were doing it because they felt that the pregnancy would not allow them to operate as a police officer would be required to. So it's sticky.
It's sticky. It's sticky because at the end of the day, the police service is looking at the safety. At the end of the day, then there are labor laws and the Constitution as well that has to be looked into. But then one asks the question as members of Parliament, what are they doing to look at the National Police Service Act that would then enable those who are found pregnant, perhaps, to be, for their recruitment into, appointment into the force, to be delayed until that time when they have delivered, then they can come back and training and further absorption into the system. I mean, again, MPs, ni kazi yenu, you know exactly what you need to do. Amendment happens in the house where you sit in. Look at the National Police Service Act. Look at the standing orders within the Police Service Act when it comes to recruitment of those who are getting there, women who are pregnant. What does it say?
So they're trying to establish what exactly happened, whether they got pregnant while in training or they actually... See, I beg. They'll tell us whether they're going to be reinstated, but the fact of the matter is that they're pregnant. And if there's certain things that they want them to do, they say, come and go and born first and then come back. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, it's sticky because what do the laws say?
Exactly.
The Okoh by-election defeat sends Ruto allies back to the drawing board, and that's what we're probably going to see over time. I thought it was interesting that Kapsabet Member of Parliament, Oscar Sudi, said yesterday that the government is going to give the second loser in this Okoh by-election a job, you know, because he's poor.
Okay.
And he needs something to do. So tutampatia kazi tu. Serikali itamwekea kitu.
You know,
I thought that was interesting.
That's when that man needs to go back to Parliament, pass bills and laws that would make cost of doing business in the country be affordable for many, so that this poverty we're talking about, manufacturing and everything can happen. So that we can address poverty.
But you wanted him to be a member of Parliament so that he could stop being poor.
That's what he's saying. So one would argue that he's also in Parliament because he was poor and now he's wealthy.
And then you're also reserving jobs for people, or how does that work exactly? Now, this is according to this story on page 5. IEBC should be worried by citizens guarding the vote move. Why IEBC should be worried by citizens guard the vote move? Because that's exactly what people did. This vote, we're going to guard it because we don't want any foul play here.
Don't trust you.
And exactly, that's what they're telling you. The people are telling you, we do not trust you. So we're going to watch you with hawk-eye precision until you finish counting and then declare it So you would be ready for next year when they say we are watching. Now, IEBC should be worried because people are not going to allow you get away with anything that you may have gotten away with prior.
It's so sad that people don't even trust the police, that the citizens have to stop police officers and search them. Because people are like, how do we know that you're not here to stuff ballot boxes? That is sad. In a country where you have police to protect you and you don't trust that they'll be there to do their job. Now think about our EBC. Think about our EBC that already has credibility issues.
This is it. So IEBC ought to be worried because people are saying, if you can't do it, we will.
IEBC wako na kazi.
Kubwa sana. The DCI is moving to unmask the hooded gunman after the Okoh chaos. You might want to move a little quicker, DCI, because who are they? They were in vehicles. You saw them. In this case, the vehicles had number plates. The individuals were essentially chased away. Where talk up? I thought that was so interesting. People are not afraid anymore. The fear is gone. So find them.
Find them.
Now, this is the case that we're talking about where IG Douglas Kanja and DCI boss Mohammed Amin came into court yesterday. Police know missing men's whereabouts, families say in court. Fresh details emerged before the High Court yesterday that one of the 3 missing men, Michael Okoh, was allegedly handcuffed and abducted from a barber shop in Umoja by 3 plainclothes men who identified themselves as police officers. So there you go. There's your first one. The testimony came before Justice Alexander Muteti, who is hearing habeas corpus applications filed by the families of Michael Okoh, Macmillan Kiaria Mugo, and Evans Otieno Omondi, who appeared in separate incidents across Nairobi in the days leading up to the Gen Z anniversary protests. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and Director of Criminal Investigations Mohammed Amin, who had been summoned to explain the men's whereabouts, attended the proceedings but did not testify as the court heard first evidence from relatives. The most emotional testimony came from Oloh's second wife, Rose Adhiambo Api, one of 4 witnesses who described desperate searches through police stations, hospitals and mortuaries. Rose told the court that on the morning of June 19th, Okoh left their Umoja home wearing slippers after receiving a phone call shortly after giving her money to buy breakfast. I returned and found him leaving while talking on the phone. I later left for work at 9:58 a.m., but he never came back. And the story continues like that. If they have told you that this gentleman was arrested by police who identified themselves as police officers and handcuffed him and took him away, I think, you know what, this insult needs to stop. And the insult I'm talking about is people have told you. It's just like Brian Odhiambo. It's like Brian Odhiambo who was taken near Lake Naivasha.
By KWS officers.
By KWS officers, seen in broad daylight by everybody. But then you people want to say, I don't know.
Bundled together with others.
Come on. And those others are served their sentence in Naivasha Maximum Prison. They served their sentence for illegal fishing. He was taken with these other gentlemen. So now, make me understand, what kind of game is this? When you take these individuals and you have identified yourself as police officers. Let's even say that it was some guy on the street who came into the barber shop and took these individuals and said, I'm a police officer. You have intelligence.
And it's your work anyway. You see, again, you also have to read that together, the fact that this man was handcuffed. The people in this country who are allowed to have handcuffs are the police. I can go buy other handcuffs for other business.
Those are the flurry ones with the nini.
But this one for kuja hapa nimekushika, police.
You guys, we can do better.
Can do better.
And then you can imagine the agony that these families are going through. They don't know where their loved ones are. You do. You know where they are. So then bring somebody to court if they've done something wrong.
That's why the courts are there.
That's why the courts are there.
And that's why you're there to arrest them and present them to court and charge them before a court of law.
It's possible that today, IG and DCI boss will tell us where they think they are. It's possible. Patients are on their own as hospital staff down tools. That strike went into play at midnight. And union leaders said the nationwide strike follows months of failed negotiations. The Health Union Caucus has accused county governments of failing to employ universal health care, rather universal health coverage workers. So healthcare services across the country have been paralyzed as medical practitioners began a boycott following the expiry of a 14-day strike notice issued on the 6th of July. Over county government's failure to hire UHC workers under permanent and pensionable terms. So they said, you're not hiring us. So that's today. That the people that we're talking about is the people who go and they take your lab tests. They do your x-rays. They do all of this in the county government hospitals. Then, as of midnight, they were not coming to work.
This is something they discussed earlier, and it was the return to work formula that they agreed that their members would be hired on permanent pensionable terms. So in short, that CBA has not been honored.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm getting heavy and I think I need to stop because on page 8, there's a question. Who killed them? The mystery of 7 bodies dumped in Mungai. This is just crazy. 7 unidentified bodies, 2 crime scenes, and no missing persons reports have left Mungai gripped by fear. With no missing persons reports to guide them, detectives are racing to solve a baffling murder mystery. Just outside Mungai town, a heavy suffocating stench immediately fills the air. Police tape marking the area as a crime scene still flutters in the wind around the spot where the bodies of 4 men were recovered a few weeks ago. Even after the bodies were exhumed from the shallow graves, a lingering smell of decomposition suggests they may have lain there for weeks before being discovered. And they're trying to figure out who these are. The DPP has said that Ojwang was murdered inside the Central Police cell. That inquiry still continues, and we know that the OCS is still there in remand.
Samson
Talam. Teacher Albert Odhiambo Ojwang was clobbered with a blunt object and strangled inside a cell at the Central Police Station and did not die of suicide as alleged, the prosecution told the High Court yesterday. That story continues.
Tell you what, I was following up on the proceedings, and it's the most difficult thing
to listen
to or to follow, because you're like, why would 2 individuals be in a cell, 2 extra individuals come and they're ushered into that cell? All of a sudden we see Ojwang walking in. He's roughed up. You know the way like you're mishandled by the police?
Yeah.
He's taken inside. Then Mr. Talam asks for the gentleman who installed the CCTV to show up and to delete. The gentleman decides to format it. Why are we doing this and expect that you will just walk out scot-free? Ojwang allegedly decided to run to a wall, hit his head and die.
Yeah.
Try doing that.
It's so bad. Do you know how hard you have to hit your head against the wall in order to bring about death?
Try running straight to a wall and see if your reflexes will allow you to
do that. This case is going to bring out the evil that rests in the heart of man.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to do. And that his soul will continue to cry out until justice is served. That's just how it works. Okay, I'm going to stop there because
it's a lot.
Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper or a copy of the e-paper, www.standardmedia.co.ke. It's a lot.
Yeah. You think it's better? Okay, let's go to the Untouchables on the Daily Nation. That's the headline. Now, 4 days after armed hooded men in flash vehicles unleashed terror on residents during the Okoh by-election last Thursday, there have been no arrests yet. Police are also yet to summon the registered owners of vehicles captured in the chaotic scenes, including an MP, as well as several individuals caught on camera appearing to engage in voter bribery and other electoral offences to record statements. This has raised questions as to whether the latest investigations will stall like over a dozen others involving violent gangs attacking unarmed civilians. So the vehicles there we've seen, there is a vehicle there with the registration plate that is registered to a different number, so to a different vehicle altogether. And another Toyota Land Cruiser as well is registered to a Probox, that is the original. And another one, a Toyota Harrier, the plate number is registered to a car dealer in Mombasa.
Okay.
So that's how they tried to hide who they really were. But desperate students pose as orphans to get higher scholarships.
Yeah.
Desperate students pose as orphans to get higher university scholarships. So university students are faking their parents' deaths in a desperate attempt to get more money while applying for government scholarships, the university's fund has revealed. My question is, why do you think they are doing that?
Because they're desperate. I mean, first of all, they're desperate. Number two,
because there is no assurance.
There's no assurance. And probably you've seen that the people who will get this are the ones who show themselves as the most desperate.
Orphans. Yes.
Yeah.
Happens. So where is the equality? Where is the promise of affordable, accessible education for all? Yes. Students kill parents for bigger varsity scholarships. So that is in page 2, has been expounded there. Witnesses say OCS Talam ordered deletion of footage in Ojwang case. So that story just from talking about it. Now, Ojwang was killed at Central Police Station, Nairobi, after being arrested in Homa Bay over a blog post. Imagine, Facebook, wewe, wacha kunisumbua, you're dead. Untouchables, police in action in Ol Kalou. Goons raises eyebrows. So that is there as well, where we've just established that there has been no arrest thus far. Now, IG Kanja Amin in court over missing men. We've already established that proceeding. We're hoping that perhaps maybe today they would be addressing the court. No life should be sacrificed for politics, Mudavadi says. Care to comment?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm just preserving my sanity.
Yeah, because Prime Cabinet Secretary cautions youth against being used for political violence, says they should make choices of value to them. As a politician yourself, one asked the question, and also as one who holds one of the highest offices in the land. What are you doing about it? What communication are you having with your members? Court rejects bid to bar former senior leaders from public office. Court rejects bid to bar former senior leaders from public office. So the High Court has dismissed a petition seeking to permanently bar retired presidents, deputy presidents, governors and deputy governors from holding any other public office after completion of the constitutional term. So Justice Roslyn Aburili ruled that judges cannot create eligibility restrictions absent from the constitution. So they can still hold public office. Now, Gachagua orders his allies to stop attacks on Kindiki. Ex-DP says his successor should be spared political attacks as he turns fire on President Ruto or Murkomen.
Really?
Interesting, eh?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You should direct your energy elsewhere. Acheneni na DP.
Okay.
Yeah, Ruto to tour South Rift political backyard as discontent grows. One thing that you also have to remember is that last week we saw members, pretty much politicians from the South Rift region heading to Amunyoro and met with Rigathi Gachagua. So now that the president is going there, just how bad is the situation? Or is it trying to consolidate the entire region? Now, hospitals demand answers over SHA's 2% deduction. So now grows over system fee deducted before hospitals receive payment. I ask again the question. As we decide for the 2% deduction, have you involved the stakeholders before you make this decision? Because at the end of the day, you must explain to them why the deduction of the 2% is necessary. You can't just wake up and decide 2% Leo Eco we implement and you have to follow. People have to be part and parcel of these decisions. Public participation, I keep telling you, is a suggestion. Is a suggestion. Hope as MPs back insurance cover for hemophilia patients. So Kenyans living with hemophilia could soon access treatment under the Social Health Authority after National Assembly Health Committee approved a petition seeking comprehensive health cover for the rare bleeding disorder. I say thank you. That is right. There's another petition where ED is to be, someone has taken a petition to the National Assembly seeking for SHA as well to cover ED and hypoactivity, sexual activity as well. And they seek that to be declared a disability.
A disability even? Huh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
100,000 teachers hired in 3 years, 16,000 jobs on the way. Okay. This particular investment has created jobs, improving learning outcomes. Counties that have received the highest allocations, 4,276 in Kitui, 4,270 in Kakamega, Bungoma with 3,806, Nakuru with 3,656, Machakos with 3,356, Makueni with 3,252, Homa Bay with 3,225, Kisii with 3,206, Meru with 3,204, and Narok with 2,992. So they're jobs, guys, and there are more coming. From Owino Uhuru slum to the front lines of justice, Shipeta unfinished journey, the story to look into there. And Raila's traditional bases feel the strain as ODM top leaders focus on Nyanza. Political background, unease grips Matiang'i camp as Gusii allies align with Edwin Sifuna. It seems as though this is more than just the flavor of the month. Edwin Sifuna seems to be ingrained in the hearts of many. And this is what you were talking about, that people are crossing those tribal lines and are saying it's not about that, it's about good governance. And that is what we are looking for.
Once you realize that regardless of whichever tribe, whoever gets to office, whether as member of National Assembly, makes the decision for the entire country. So each and every single voter should make sure they have the best member of parliament, best MCA, because they will make decision for the entire country.
Indeed.
Think about it.
Yes, they will. So that's what the headlines are looking like today. And of course, on front page of the Business Daily today, CAK probes the supermarkets over misleading price tags. You guys, you know how you can go and see that the price tag has said something, and then when you get to the till, it's something else.
Yes.
But you've already picked the thing, so you go ahead and pay. Now, the Competitions Authority of Kenya is saying, excuse me, that's bad manners, and you'll stop it because you've been doing it for too long. Or like when you see the price tag and it tells you that there's a discount, and then you move it and you see that the original price is actually still the same. CAK is saying, you guys, we've been in this thing longer than you would imagine, and we're not going to allow that to happen.
We want fair competition.
Not on our watch. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife has criticized remarks by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua urging foreign tourists and investors to postpone visits to Kenya over alleged security concerns. In a statement, Tourism PS Julius Bitok said the remarks could hurt the tourism sector, undermine investor confidence, and threaten thousands of jobs. He noted that Kenya welcomed about 2.7 million international visitors last year, while with the government targeting 5 million arrivals by 2028. The ministry's response follows Gachagua remarks in Kirinyaga County on Sunday, where he urged tourists and investors to wait until after the 2027 general election, claiming the country's security situation is uncertain. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura dismissed the claims, maintaining that Kenya remains safe for tourists and investors.
First and foremost, I think it's important to really condemn the leaders who are trying to say that people should suspend visits, tourists across the country due to insecurity. I think that is extremely unpatriotic. You cannot you cannot claim national leadership while at the same time trying to sabotage the economy on baseless allegations. Kenya remains stable and secure for business, and so therefore, for any leader to claim that people should suspend their trips and visits is really, really, really a sabotage of the economy.
Coast leaders including mining CS Ali Hassan Joho and the governors of Mombasa, Lamu and Kilifi counties also rejected Gachagwa's remarks.
Na katika ubinafsi wako sijakusikia ukitema kwa hiyo taarifa ya mikutano yako ya kwamba chai isiuzwe tena mpaka Ruto aende, chai kahawa isiende tena mpaka Ruto aende, lakini ule uchumi ambao unatudhuru sisi wakazi wa pwani ndio wewe umewekea mkazo sana. Ukisema unaweza ongelea watu wenu kalao, hata sisi tuongelesha watu wetu wa pwani.
But you cannot give a positive project or a good project a bad name for political reasons, and therefore we want to caution him. Safaria situjaribu kama yeye anajua kuchocha, hata sisi tunajua kuchocha.
The High Court will continue hearing the case on the disappearance of 3 Kenyans, Macmillan Kerie, Michael Olo and Evans Otieno. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and DCI Director Mohammed Amin appeared in court yesterday after being summoned by Justice Alexander Muteti. After confirming their attendance, the judge allowed them to leave, saying they will be recalled if required during the proceedings. The court also had testimony from Evans Otieno's mother, who said the family searched for her son at several police stations, hospitals and mortuaries without success. Mijikenda elders in Kilifi County have warned the government against using guns during the election period, saying the move could undermine peace and fuel violence ahead of next year's general election. Speaking Malindi, the elders chairman Emmanuel Mungai urged the government to ensure the elections are free, fair and credible, and that voters can cast their ballots without intimidation or fear.
Hali ya uongozi sasa, kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanajitokeza, ile wanaita figunism, ule ukora ambao unaendelea wakati wa uchaguzi na baada ya uchaguzi. Sisi wazee tunaona kwamba isiwe uchaguzi wa 2027 uwe wa huru, uwe na yani tuseme free and fair elections ambazo zitakuwa pia peaceful kwa community zetu, wasiweze kuwa na kupigana, kuuana. Hizo hatutaki kuona, hatutaki ku experience vitu kama hivyo tena. Kama kuna hizo stories za guns, basi ziachike kabisa.
They also called on the IEBC to conduct the elections with transparency, fairness and integrity to help prevent unrest.
Kitu ambacho nataka kukiongea leo ama naomba kuongea kwa serikali zetu ni kuhusu uchaguzi wa 2027. Nataka uchaguzi wa amani, wa haki na huru. Na tunawaambia kabisa serikali iache kukodisha magonzi na kuhangaisha wananchi. Tunakemea hilo tendo kwa sababu ikiwa si serikali inaweza kufanya hivyo, basi nafikiri vurugu hazingekuwa. Kwa hivyo tunaomba tu serikali yetu ya Kenya, ya kitaifa, za county zote kwa ujumla na IBC, maanake IBC ndio inatuchagulia wa viongozi sisi wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tunawakomesha watu wa IBC watangaze yule atakayekuwa amepigiwa kura na wananchi, si wao kututangazia kiongozi. Tunakemea hilo jambo kama wazee.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised, they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, very good morning to you and welcome at 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. We are getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And even as we do, getting into our next conversations, Bomba.
Yes, every day behind the scenes, Kenya Pipeline Company, PLC, keeps Kenya moving. And it keeps Kenya moving because it is in charge of ensuring that petroleum products move from the port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu all the way to Uganda. Talk about integration. KPC is telling you that it is there in charge of storage. It is in charge of transportation, distribution, to the point where you can drive in your vehicle, or you can get in there with your bike and you get fuel. You can get in there and also just make sure that transport is working, that manufacturing is working, because KPC has made that possible. How? Because they're managing over 1,700 kilometers of a state-of-the-art, world-class piping system that is making it possible for these products to move. So KPLC also goes further by investing into the community, by taking smart children within our societies, our communities, to school, so that they can come back and plug into the communities and economy. And spur the economy even further. So KPC PLC, now operating as a public limited company, is telling you, ukwaji wetu, bomba letu,
ukwaji
wetu, bomba letu,
Ukwaji wetu.
Nikisema ukwaji wetu.
Bomba letu.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm telling you, we're getting into continuing with it this morning. Thank you very much for that. The Member of Parliament for Kimilili constituency is set to join us in a short while. But one thing that seems to be grabbing our attention, even as we continue with the conversations and as they flow, is the fact that we seem to be operating in this bubble whereby your security is not guaranteed. Now, follow me as I say this.
Yep.
Do you think that it's possible for police to actually find people who have been disappeared, whether they've been forced or otherwise, and also to really unmask? Because when did this thing happen with these supposedly masked goons in Ol Kalou? That was on Thursday last week. Today is Tuesday. And they can't seem to find these individuals who were driving these vehicles and who came in broad daylight. So the hooded men in flashy vehicles that unleashed terror on residents during the Ol Kalou by-election, there have been no arrests yet. Police are yet to summon the registered owners of vehicles captured in the chaotic scenes, including an MP, as well as several individuals caught on camera appearing to engage. Now, you don't actually have to go look for some of these folks.
Nope.
You've already established who they are.
Yep.
You already know the MP. You already know the individuals caught on camera, that you can actually find them based on the fact that you now know what they look like. And also people who have been identified by people who were in the crowd. Beyond that, you also know the vehicles and who they have, who they belong to. So if you have all of these, why wouldn't you act on them? I fail to understand.
Because they just don't want to.
Okay.
You know, Nduh, you know, another information is what? Ol Kalou has mobile phone masts, right?
Nduh.
And by having mobile phone masts, the intelligence of the country can go back together with the mobile phone providers and scramble people who are connected to that specific mast during that period. So you can tell during this particular day a certain mobile phone that belongs to Nduh, that belongs to Aseto, what was connected to this mast. And through that you can list each and every single person, and you can call these people and interview them, interrogate them, and get to the root cause of the matter. Nduh, they don't want to do that because they don't want. They have no intention of doing it. They have no intention of doing it.
So,
why are we not seeing all these vehicles being deregistered and not operating on our cars? Why isn't there a statement from NTSA?
Well, at the very least, even these vehicles, at the very least, for these vehicles to be impounded and people asking certain questions. You want us to list? Okay, let's list.
Yeah.
Let's not even go too far back, but let's go to All Saints Cathedral.
Yep.
The day after Budget Day. The budget was read on the...
It was on a Tuesday?
It was a Tuesday, the second to last Tuesday of the month. Kitukamayo, 2 weeks before the end of the month. And then it was a Thursday, actually. The budget was read on Thursday. It's the second Thursday of June. And on Friday, there were budgetary discussions at the All Saints Cathedral. Not just at the All Saints Cathedral, but there are different parts of Nairobi. The All Saints Cathedral then came into question, or came into conversation, because then of the goons who appeared in the church. Now,
who attacked the church.
Yes. Exactly. Now, unbeknownst to them, or even knownst, can something be knownst?
Yes.
If it can be unbeknownst,
it's
it can
knownst
be
to them.
That there were CCTV cameras that then captured the images and the actions of these individuals who went in, with or without the cooperation or at least knowledge or presence of the police in that same area. That is one. People opened their mouths and spoke and said, we were paid by said member of parliament, by said politician. Their name is knownst. Their name is thus.
Yes. Is oust.
Exactly. You had police officers on camera actually watching as these people did whatever it is that they were going to do and harass people till they ran out. You already have 3 elements that you can actually use. Have you heard to date that anyone who entered into the All Saints Cathedral where they were having these budgetary sessions has been arrested and or brought in for questioning.
Other than the man who was arrested and spit out the names, no one else.
Okay. Before that, Osotsi was attacked.
Yes.
In an establishment and was really beaten to a pulp, really, for all we saw the video. And we were told, I believe the number was 14, that this, I don't know if all of them decided, let's go to Uganda or whatever the case may be.
Also, unbeknownst to them, there were CCTV cameras.
In the shop, yes. So you ask then, you have the images of these individuals. Beyond that, the people, Kisumu, the people in the area told you, huyo, sijui ni nani. They tell you who it is. So by the time a community is confirming to you that they know who this individual is, guess what? Communities, they know who they are, they know their parents, they know where they live, they know who they love and who loves them, they know if they run a business, this is where it is, they know if they work a job, this is where it is, they know their sisters, they know their brothers, they know their friends in a community. So why then, until today, have we not heard that anything has been done? Okay.
Nduh.
Oh, you don't want me to continue? You're tired, Abby?
No. Okay, continue.
Okay, because there are many.
There are many.
Okay. Let's go to Westlands. Inside an establishment where people were drinking tea, people walked in, went directly to a particular table, because not everybody in that restaurant was robbed. Went to a particular table, took phone, laptop, even kudush in the air, and then they left. Captured on what?
CCTV.
We then come to find out that the gun that was in the possession of these individuals happened to then be at the crime scene of one suspected thug, Ochieng, who was gunned down at Joska last week on Monday. And this same gun belongs to
a
judge in this country. You see, even us now, we are like Pink Panther investigators. We have already been able to say, so if this is connected to this and this is connected to this, why can't you guys who are intelligent and now hold intelligence connect the dots? It makes sense to me that the reason is not that you cannot, but that you will not. Those are just three.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
And you see, we also have to go back to another incident when a member of parliament, Charles Ongondowere, was gunned down in the streets of Nairobi. Remember, it was at night where CCTV camera...
Sorry, I forgot. Yes. You know that the guys who attacked Osotsi, they went to Uganda.
Yeah, they went to Uganda.
They've not come back?
Not yet.
Okay, so continue.
Yes. So when you go back to when CCTV cameras would piece a story at night and take us directly to those who would be suspects in the death of member of parliament. The intelligent people, right, collected all that intelligence and pieced a story that today we say there are individuals who are behind bars following the death of the MP, right? Now, when you see we have CCTV cameras that capture people during the day when light, because we work in this industry, we know light is very important, right? The CCTV cameras have done an amazing job to just tell you this is the person who's in charge here, this is the person who did ABCD, but you choose not to. But then again, remember, even in that restaurant, what did police do? They investigated, they tracked that person all the way to Joska, and they gunned them down. What did they do? They investigated. Today you want to tell me that the same way we did investigations in the death of, in the murder of MP Ongondowere, the way we've done investigations in that restaurant case, we now cannot do investigations where we have number plates that tell you the owners of these vehicles, where you have CCTV cameras, you have witness accounts that point you to who these individuals are. But you see, even for the people who went to Uganda, it's because...
the people who went to Uganda.
Those ones. It's because police investigated, perhaps they traced their mobile phones, and their mobile phones told them they went to Uganda.
Yeah.
They are just
unwilling to do the right thing. It's that simple. It's that simple.
So is it about time that people come to grips with the reality that you can be hearing say the police should or they must, that they will actually, because some of these guys are on the beat doing a fantastic job. Let me tell you about this story that's happening in Mungai, for example. Okay? Because you see, it's like all these ones, by the way, look at it. Open your eyes just a little bit. Obviously, of course, knowing full well that, people know where I live, they know the routes that I take going home every day and coming here, having that in consideration as well, and I'm just going to put that out there, considering that it's very possible that these things that we've talked about in terms of examples, that they've been orchestrated, number one, and number two, it's very clear that you can shout about them until you get blue in the face. They are not going to do anything about them. That these hooded masked musketeers or whomever they were in Okoh last week, I'm sorry to dash your hopes against the rock, but the truth of the matter is that nobody is going to be brought before anywhere and said that you were the masked man of Okoh. It is not going to happen. The 14 people supposedly who left the country, according to Murkomen, who was allegedly attacked Osotsi, are not going to be brought before any court of law. The people who ran into the All Saints Cathedral, the individual who is said to have paid them, that story is dead. The member of parliament who was invited to come to the police after the nonsense that happened in Keumbu.
Keumbu, yes.
Keumbu. That story has that invitation. After that invitation, is dead. It's not going to happen beyond that. Am I inciting you to actually do something? I hope so. Am I inciting you by saying you're not going to do something so that you do something? Remember my caveat that yes, I know you know where I live and all of that. Despite that, am I inciting you to say you should actually do something about it? Well and good.
Yes. And incite them, we must.
Because
they can't do something about it, Nduh. They must do something about it. We can't live here and, because even today, Nduh, where is any questions or summons that have been sent to the OCS or OCPD in Okoh? Because that is their jurisdiction in terms of providing security. We saw these hooded men come there, and there are police officers who were in uniform. They just stood there, did nothing. What was their responsibility then to provide security? Why didn't they act? What order did they have? So we have been told now all of a sudden the cabinet secretary is telling us we will make sure that those men are brought to book. Why are you not asking the OCS, OCPD in that jurisdiction why they did not act? Why insecurity was a normal thing on the streets and nothing happened? They are unwilling. The only thing that we are sure about today is that Kenyans have died during this process. Lives have been shattered. Trust has been lost. Because today, tell any Kenyan, if it gets to a point where residents are telling you we don't even trust the police who are coming here, we have to ransack them and check them out for us to be sure that this election will be free and fair. That is where we are with regard to our security, where security is not guaranteed, and we want to praise the good police officers who are doing amazing things out there. But we equally must call out officers who are doing the bad thing in tarnishing the good police who are doing amazing stuff. Unfortunately, that's what comes out there. It can't be that we talk about goons when it's during demos, we see police with goons hand to hand. At that point, you have to ask yourself, do I have to arm myself to take care of myself because police are working with the goons? How is that the court tells you as a police officer, please identify yourself, have your uniform. During demos, you see people in bikes shooting in the air in civil. How am I able to distinguish that these are police officer and this is a goon? Because they all move the same way.
There's a reason why you are a journalist, and there's a reason why somebody with a medical degree is a doctor. There's a reason why somebody else who then has a B.Ed is a teacher, or then graduates to continue to be a lecturer and then goes on to be a professor. There's a reason why somebody is a dressmaker or a designer. There's a reason why somebody else is a beauty artist. Because you are trained in a skill, and then we prefer you the responsibility to do it once you apply for the job.
Yep.
That even if you may not go with the skill, it is possible to learn a skill, and then your ability to learn said skill then gives you the opportunity to do a job. Where am I going with this? That there's certain intelligence, there's certain skill that is required for you to be somebody who works in this security agency. True. So you're not just like anybody else. And that is why I am convinced beyond measure of doubt that you have the tools to uncover these things, but you choose not to employ them. And that is why families can come to a court like they did yesterday and tell the judge that these police, they know the whereabouts of our missing family members. They just do not want to bring them.
Yeah.
That is why people can come out and say, but because what are you talking about? I make reference to Mukuria's mother. Mukuria's mother has been around this country since 2024 looking for her son. She knew that this boy was picked up, young man, he's 25 years old, was picked up by police, and he was bundled into a police vehicle seen by everybody. So where did he go? We also know that vehicles are attached to certain police stations. You can't just have a random vehicle. Oh, well, I'm going to park to Mombasa Road today. No, you're attached to a police station. So in this area, who was doing the rounds?
Yeah.
Who was assigned to the vehicle? Where was he booked?
Yes.
If he was not booked, that means you took him somewhere. And you, who was on the beat, should then be able to tell us where. These things are peaceable. You can put them together. So the only logical explanation to all of these things we see because tell me why individuals who were suspected to have gunned down former Kasipul member of parliament Ongondowere were found within a week.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Yeah.
Tell me why so that I can understand.
Same police officers,
exactly.
Same intelligence, same resources.
And that was in the night, hooded men on a border, but you found them. Tell me. Tell me why this one, they're not hooded, it's not night. This one has CCTV. They've shown you the plate is there. People have even told them you have found the plate. You have. So tell me why you cannot find this one, if not that you do not want to.
Because you don't want to. Because you don't want to.
Family members are telling courts, these police, they know where these people are. This young man was in a barber shop in Umoja. Plainclothes police came and said, because after all, if you come and tell me that I'm a police and I've identified myself, I'm a police, why should I doubt that you're police? And then you put the bracelets and you take the man away. So then you must know where they are.
You must.
Yes.
Because Nduh,
what are we dealing with here?
Another thing that I think we have to settle is fact that it is the responsibility of the police and the government of Kenya to give these families answers. The buck stops with them. Because whichever the case, it is the police who will investigate and give us these answers. That these people disappeared, it is the police to tell us where these people are. They have to investigate. And Kenyans equally have to remember that it is their taxes that train police officers. It is their taxes that employ these police officers. It is their taxes that buy all these facilities that should work for them. Let it not get lost to you. It is not a favor that anyone is giving you by assuring you that we will investigate. No, you're supposed to do that because that is the responsibility that the people of Kenya have bequeathed to you. You're not doing us a favor. When these families tell you, we know who these people are. Nobody else should come to confirm that we are doing. No, you're supposed to do it. All you're supposed to tell us is give us answers.
You want me to depress you?
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. You see all the things you're making noise about? We're going to come back and talk about it in a bit. But it will not be solved. You will never know who ordered the hit on Osotsi. You will never know who ordered the attack on the All Saints Cathedral. You will never know who these hooded masked men were And in the save that people are in court now, who killed Albert Ojwang, it will come to light.
Yes.
Say for that we're in court now, the people who took Brian Odhiambo on the 18th of January 2025, it will come to book.
Trail.
It will come out. Some of these things you can only keep under a bushel for so long. It will come out. But these are the things that people are seeing as nuisances. The little fly that you swat out the window, that's what they're telling you. You're making noise here. You want to know goons what? Swat the fly away. Spray it until it stops disturbing us.
Yeah.
That's how your safety is being regarded. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
13 degrees and cloudy conditions. We'll see a high of 24 in Nairobi. It is 14 and sunny looking into Nakuru, and 13 and partly sunny into Njeri. 11 degrees and sunny conditions in Eldoret, while Kisumu is sunny at 20. And Kakamega at 18 is sunny. It's 22 and mostly sunny looking into Mombasa, while at 24 it's sunny in Malindi. Marsabit at 20 is sunny and we'll see a high of 26. And into Kampala it's 18 and sunny, while at 23 Dar es Salaam is sunny this Tuesday. It's 8 degrees and clear into Johannesburg, while at 26 Lagos is mostly clear. 15 and sunny looking into London, while Beijing is partly sunny at 29. It's still Monday night in New York, but it's 23 and cloudy coming into Tuesday. We'll see a high of 25.
Chilled Spice. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so we're getting into traffic hour, and it's a busy morning, but not too crazy. Traffic on the Thika Superhighway, actually, it is crazy. It's coming in all the way from the Outer Ring Junction and bumper to bumper, moving very slowly over Survey at the Drift and then through towards the Pangani Underpass. And you'll see some traffic as you get towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, some going towards Kirinyaga Road, and that's busy as you get into the CBD proper this morning. It's busy on Jago Road, coming in from Manyanja Road, which stretches over Outer Ring, and so that's a little bit busy as you get roundabout that. And then on Aerodrome Road, all coming in from Langata Road, coming in from Madaraka. That's busy as you get towards Uhuru Highway. And Ngong Road has some traffic this morning, and it looks pretty busy from where we're sitting. It's also busy as you come off of North Airport Road, headed towards Embakasi. Inbound traffic from Embakasi heading out towards that Cabanas area seems to be a bit of a tingler this morning. But we're keeping an eye on all of this. Let us know what's going on where you are. We want to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
So many forward here. Titles are on the line. Rivalries are at their peak. This is the final stretch, where legends rise and champions are made. From the Saudi League to the Bundesliga and La Liga. Recharge your monthly subscription today to feel the pressure, feel the passion, feel the game. Every pass, every goal, every moment matters. Don't miss a moment. Renew your subscription and stay in the game. To renew your subscription, dial *858# for self-service or get in touch with our call center on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Buy a StarTimes decoder at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Download the StarTimes On app to enjoy all your favorite shows and stream live channels on the move. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Sebastian Allaire! Saturday is match day, and SpiceFM is where the game comes alive.
Oh, you beauty! What a head!
From 2 to 6 p.m., we are bringing you wall-to-wall football action on the pitch side. Live scores,
2 goals in added time,
heated debates, fun reactions, pre-match predictions, and post-match analyses and football gossips. Join us on SpiceFM at the pitch side, hosted by Charles Otieno and Eshitemi Rogers. It's bold opinions, raw passion, and no VAR needed. The pitch side on Saturdays, 2 to 6 p.m. only on 94.4 Spice FM.
I swear you'll never see anything like this ever again.
A whole decade of style, flavor, and unforgettable memories
The Hub Karen is turning 10 and you're invited to the ultimate celebration. Join the Hub 10 Million Step Challenge on Saturday, July the 18th, or indulge at the Table for 10 Food Festival on Sunday, August the 2nd. Come celebrate 10 years of community and experiences. Head over to the Hub Karen today.
Every day behind the scenes, Kenya Pipeline Company PLC keeps Kenya moving. Now operating as a public listed company, KPC PLC is built to support national development and energy security. From the Port of Mombasa to East Africa, KPC PLC powers transport, storage and distribution of all petroleum products. And through KPC Foundation, it continues to uplift communities across Kenya. KPC PLC, now a public listed company, fueling progress for Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue to talk this morning and looking at the issues of security. And I wanted to, Aseto, you had something to say, but I wanted to tell you this story of when we talk about that there's a lack of desire to actually deal with the security issue, that there have been too many cases. And guys, guess what? These are the cases of people who have been able to come out for which an inquiry has begun, or whom somebody has been able to take, rather, whose attention that they've been able to get. Rose told the court that on the morning of June 19th, Olo left their Umoja home wearing slippers after receiving a phone call. Shortly after giving her money to buy breakfast, I returned and found him leaving while talking on the phone. I later left for work at 9:58 a.m., but he never came back. She reported him missing after one of his colleagues called asking why he had failed to report to work. Rose said she searched hospitals, mortuaries and Buruburu police station before a friend alerted her on Facebook post by a fish trader who claimed to have witnessed Olo's arrest outside a barber shop. She later accompanied detectives to the scene. She accompanied them, where investigators told her that CCTV footage showed Olo being handcuffed by 3 men in civilian clothes who identified them as police officers before forcing him into a waiting vehicle. I am going to repeat what I have just read. Yeah. She reported him missing, and then she later accompanied detectives. Detectives wanafanyanga kazi wapi?
DCI.
So ndio,
police.
Ama it's detectives for something else?
Oh,
it's...
This one is not for detecting metal. No.
Oh, not okay.
Not metal detectors.
I just had to confirm.
Yes.
Now, detectives to the scene, where investigators are pia wanafanyanga kazi wapi?
Police.
Okay. They told her that CCTV footage showed Olo being handcuffed by 3 men in civilian clothes who identified themselves as police officers before forcing him into a waiting vehicle. That paragraph alone is the reason why they're saying they know where our missing kin are. Whether that's why the case is habeas corpus, because dead or alive, we are looking for these men. The people who told you that the ones on the CCTV camera footage have said that they are police and they handcuffed this fellow and took him away are police officers. They told you. So my question is, us as journalists, see, we know ourselves even in different media houses. You know that ata mtu akisema blah blah blah, they know huyo ni wa?
Yes.
Bas. You also, I don't know how to say it. I want to speak my language. I don't know. Hey,
someone will understand. You see, it's the police themselves who said this man was picked up by 3 men in civilian clothing who identified themselves as police and handcuffed this man and proceeded to a waiting vehicle. Nduh. From then on, as you begin your investigation, what do you follow? That vehicle. Because we also live in a country where almost every other building has CCTV. And if you just followed the trail within which that vehicle went, there is a CCTV camera that has picked the plate number to that vehicle. That means you can trace that vehicle to the owner, and that owner would be able to tell you who exactly was in that vehicle. But in this instance, you're being told these individuals are police officers. So if you trace the number plate, it will take you to where that plate number is registered and to what police station. So when this woman says they know where our kin is, it's because it's the truth.
Okay.
It's the police who picked him up.
So these investigators and the detectives, they were called detectives. So when they detect and investigate, they can't say, nini. They say, hey guys, if they were willing, they'll then be able to say, oh, we know this, they're seconded to this outfit, or they come directly from HQ or whomever the case may be, or this police station.
Maybe Mjinga, let me ask.
I think it is me because my brain is just not able to connect.
Every police officer is attached to a station, including detectives who are plainclothes detectives, right? So that means if we again identify the motor vehicle, we can say police so-and-so was in this motor vehicle and they are attached to this police station. But if this man was as well arrested in Buruburu, in Buruburu, then this gentleman should have been taken to the next police station in Buruburu. Because that's exactly what usually happens. So OCPD or OCS Buruburu police, this man was arrested within your jurisdiction. Polisi wagani walimshika kutoka kwa unit yako?
See, for me, that's a very simple thing that you need to be answering right now. Because the order from the court is very simple. Excuse me, bring the man, dead or alive. That's what a habeas corpus case is. Bring the man, dead or alive. Bring the three of them. Bring them. Or at least come and tell us where you know. Okay, it's possible that Douglas Kanja or Mohammed Amin are very busy. And so they may not know the details of exactly what's going on. However, there are people who work under them, who they'll be able to say, hey, man, this thing happened on June 24th this year. You was on the beat. Who was assigned here? Who was doing whatever? Can you tell us what's going on? The truth of the matter is that I agree with this headline.
Yeah.
They know
where
they are. They know who it was in Ol Kalau. They know who it was at All Saints. They know who it was at the restaurant in Westlands. They know who it was that attacked Osotsi. They know.
The recent attack of that lady in a salon, they know.
The people who are here faffing about and trying to tell us many long story about, somebody arrested somebody and put him in a truck, something, they know what happened to Brian Odhiambo.
They know.
Even before we started talking and making noise and making proclamations, they know. Before the DPP came into court yesterday, before the office of the DPP came into court yesterday telling us that actually, you know what? It's not possible that Brian Odhiambo walked into a wall and inflicted the trauma on his head by himself. It is not possible that he killed himself in that cell. The old DPPs are the ones who told us this yesterday.
Yeah.
Guess what? Even before all of this dog, horse and pony show, they know.
They knew.
So here we are having conversations. This is the headline that we see then on page 9. Ojwang was murdered inside Central Police cell. Guess what? Last year, they knew this. But then we are being met with all kinds of drama. You guys, just look in the pages, starting on page 6 of the Standard. DCI moves to unmask hooded gunmen. Police know missing man's whereabouts. Then we go to the next page. Who killed them? The mystery of 7 bodies dumped in Mwingi. Ojwang was murdered inside Central Police cell. This is all happening while the case of Brian Odhiambo still continues. My God.
You know, even as we talk about this, Nduh, I just have to ask myself the question, how sure am I of my security?
You are not... Oga, see, that's what I'm trying to say. You are not.
That's the thing. Because what that means is there is no trust that exists between Wananchi and, unfortunately, the security officers. The government of Kenya is very difficult right now to assure anybody of their security. I mean, IG Kanjawan asks you the question, what kind of service are you heading? What kind of service are you heading where even you yourself can't appear in court at your level, where you are able to direct for information to get to you? You don't have answers to tell the court.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask.
Okay. You see, last week on Monday, when this alleged thug was gunned down in Joska, do you think that's the first time that the police heard about him?
No.
Or they say they knew his operations. This guy operates like this somehow.
Yeah.
So tell me why that on that Monday they didn't think twice about gunning him down. They didn't say they could have arrested him. Sindio? They didn't say let us arrest him. And the folks, I understand that those guys who come to finish the job, they don't stay around and ask questions.
No.
Until they gun you down like this, and they stand and then they say, oh, by the sasa utamchukua mweke wapi? No. They do the job, they're gone. Because why didn't they arrest him, that thug, that day? Why didn't they say, let's put him
in court? Immobilize him, take him to court. Let the judiciary system take its course.
Why? Upon what intelligence were they working where they decided, you know what, who you is armed, dangerous, has been causing trouble all over the place and has been just criminal behavior?
Candidate was Sayuni.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? What intelligence were they operating on? And why are we now bereft of such intelligence in these other cases? I'm telling you that they don't want to. Look, let's go back to Brian Odhiambo's case, which happened, I can't forget the date. It's emblazoned in my mind. January 18th, 2025. A woman is crying, cannot find my husband. They tell you, let's just go through the details. They tell you, yes, they were illegally fishing in the river, the lake, okay? They were supposedly caught or not caught. Right?
Picked together with these ones.
They were picked together with these ones. These ones, by the way, served a sentence in Naivasha maximum security. Some are finishing the sentence. Others have already finished. In the presence of those others, they told you. You say, who told you? Them. They told you that they were picked.
We were together. You remember at some point in Nduh, and this I think is what saddens me the most, that at some point there are individuals who took officers to where allegedly Brian's body was put, only for them to get back and things had happened and the body was not in that shallow grave.
Just disappeared.
They know. They know.
Meanwhile, you know things are quiet. Remember a few months ago in Kericho?
Yes, I remember.
Can I remind you?
Yeah,
okay, let's go. In Kericho, there were bodies that were suddenly found somewhere in a cemetery. And they said to have come from Kisii. Now, my geography of Kenya might be a little confused, but Kericho and Kisii
is like this.
Do they border each other?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Maybe it's me who doesn't know.
They don't.
So tell me why bodies are being buried in graves in Kericho at night that have supposedly come from a referral hospital in Kisii. Until tomorrow. Not today. Till tomorrow. You don't know who they were. By the way, most of them were infants.
Yeah.
And a few adults. Now, if they say that the mortuary could not handle, you left Kisii, you left Nyamira, you left Kisumu, you came to Kericho to bury them, even if I am 2 eggs short of a dozen, I don't think that I would not be able to figure out that there was some rough play afoot. Till tomorrow, you've not heard who they were, why it is that they were removed from that referral hospital, why they were buried under unclear circumstances. That story, gone. Finish. Nobody is asking questions. Nobody said anything is done.
People with intellect have not thought of going to the hospital. How did these bodies live here? Do we have CCTVs? Who was the officer superintendent in charge? Who was the officer in charge at the gate before these left? And even along the way as we go, because we also live in Kenya, where in these roads you will not go 10 kilometers without a roadblock. So even those officers who were on the roads just allowed this thing to pass without asking questions, and got to this cemetery, got inside. Allegedly, there is no security officer even at that cemetery, and these people dug at night and left and went.
Should I give you another one? Okay. Here.
Upper.
Quarry.
Yeah, quarry.
Young boy descended from a rope. Young man descended from a rope into this quarry that had now water and trash because somebody said these things that are floating here does not look normal. What is this? Descended down. Body number 1. Body number 2, 3, 4, 23. Okay. They brought the bodies out, and then human rights people were there. DCI investigators, people came out in hazmat suits. Everybody was very concerned. Gafla Binvu.
Arrest.
A man was found. In fact, they found his house. They found him very quickly. 46 SIM cards. I don't know, 23 phones. What? They arrested. Finished. In 3 days, we had found somebody. We had been... No, 24 hours. Found somebody. Finished.
How did they find him allegedly? Because one of the people who died, he had been in communication with them. That means they have the capability of investigating communication channels and land to the person in charge. So when I'm telling you we are able to scramble areas and zero down on people who are connected to a mast, we can do that. We just choose not to. But we arrested the man who took him to jail. He disappeared.
What?
He disappeared?
Was there a trial?
Where? I can't remember.
See, he's the one who supposedly now Is it that he escaped Abi what and then they couldn't find him?
He escaped. Has never been found till date.
They don't know where he is. I don't know whether he's among the 14 who was... Look, I'm just being facetious. But my point still remains. We don't know who these people are, which were told mostly were female. Yes, you're right. The bodies that were then buried in Kericho were from Nyamira County. Still, Nyamira and Kericho do not border each other. Do they?
They don't.
Okay. Or do they?
They don't.
Okay. So, Quarry, over here. Do we know these women? Do we know these other people whose bodies then had been dismembered and buried in such a grotesque manner? Not even buried, thrown in black bags and then thrown. Do we know? We don't know. We don't know. But here we are talking about the fact that if you wanted to find out, because I still contend that you have a police service in this country that is made up of some of the most intelligent men and women. Amazing.
True.
But you choose when you will employ their skill and talent based on how it suits you. And that cannot be the way you operate for the people of Kenya. It is not just unfair. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm going to continue with what I started with. You people are waiting for somebody to identify who the masked goons in All Kalau were. You people are waiting for somebody to tell you who those goons were in All Saints Cathedral or who was the person behind them. Or you're waiting for a member of parliament to be arrested and the bracelet slapped on him or her and then paraded before the public for them to say that you funded this activity. Your wait is in vain. In this case, it's in vain.
Am I correct to say that even as Kenyans remain being optimistic, and I'm putting that in quotes, even as Kenyans remain being optimistic that they know who they are, they will just not tell you who they are, that justice will not be served. It is not a question of we are investigating. They know who they are. They will just not tell you who they are. They will just not take them to court because Nduh, what will you do? What will you do? Because then again, we depend on them to investigate. We depend on them to arrest. We depend on them to prosecute. We depend on them to bring this evidence before the court. So when they choose not to do all these things, utadu?
You know, you have to ask, whether you like it or not, that how low, has your moral index sunk so that the value that you place on human life has disappeared? And I'm not talking just about about security agencies here. I'm saying that somebody can go missing and it doesn't prick your conscience, especially when you know that agents of the state, because that's what they are.
Yeah.
Police officers are agents of the state in terms of then the protection of and security of human beings.
Human being is.
They took them. Let's just stay in the Umoja one. They took them. You're not asking questions. Nobody's answering anything. And what you're saying here is that, we'll show up in court.
Yeah.
You've been summoned. You'll show up in court, and then you'll tell us.
I don't know. We're investigating.
Our wife will tell you without fear that you know exactly where they are, because your people are the ones who told us that your people are the ones who took them.
Thank you. Nduh. We do not value human life in this country because have we ever received any information on why what happened in Shakahola happened? That even before we were done dealing with Shakahola, there was Kwabinzaro.
Yeah.
Part 2.
Then those ones
in the very
who
same
said
county.
They were Mary and Joseph.
Yes, in the very same county. Within a span of less than 6 months. Then here we are asking ourselves, where was intelligence? That area has again a police station. Where was the OCS? Where was the OCPD? People are telling you we knew this thing from way back. You want to tell me no one ever picked that up? That today we are here saying, tunangoja watupatie information. We will not get it. We will not get it.
The IEBC sat here and told us that they were unaware of cases of violence that took place in Malava and Magarini, and that they were waiting for the police to take action. That was in October last year.
Yeah.
We're 3 months away from another October, and that still has not happened. If you see that cases have not been dealt with, then it has a political tinge to it. I said it because if it was a case where nobody was going to benefit from that information not being made public, then somebody would have dealt with it very quickly.
True.
But that there is somebody benefiting from your kin not being found, or the truth about their whereabouts not being told, there is somebody benefiting. And until you say that we are not going to accept this any longer, it is going to continue to be the order of the day. So maybe I'm Debbie Downer today. Don't expect anything different. Don't expect that there will be a grand and great revelation on a Wednesday afternoon. Don't expect that people will be paraded and say, this is the one who paid for the goons to come to All Saints Cathedral. Don't expect it, because it is not going to happen.
Kenyans care about their security. Each and every single day, Kenyans think about how am I living, how am I getting home, and how secure am I? If someone asks you today, do you think those with the responsibility of providing security care about your security, how would you respond? Thanks.
Exactly. By the time we come to grips with reality, usually, but if you come to grips with reality, then it helps you to then be able to temper your actions.
Yeah.
And then you know then what you're going to be able to do in the future, how you're going to then be able to think. But we have to look at value. We have to look at conscience. And you have to ask yourself certain questions that where are we actually? And if you don't find the answers to those things, then you need to continue to deliberate them until you do. There are too many cases. We've not even mentioned I don't even know. How many have we not even mentioned this morning? But there are too many cases that have formed a pattern for it not to be worrisome. And that you're fed this thing every day, whereby there is no intent to actually deal with it because they don't care. Good morning.
They don't.
It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. The Union of Kenya Civil Servants has rejected the government's latest salary review, saying the adjustments approved by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission are routine annual increments and not a negotiated pay rise. Union Secretary General Lawrence Ocheng says the union was not consulted before SRC issued its 17th July remuneration circular and has accused the commission of undermining ongoing CBA talks.
We have rejected it in total. Nothing. There's nothing here for civil servants. These are normal incrementals. We take issue with SRC and the PS because what has been published and what is purported as salary incrementals are mere annual incrementals that is already guaranteed. This letter that is on social media comes when the union has not completed its negotiations. We accepted and absorbed what we were given as basic salary for the cycle 2025 to 2028. But the only point of negotiation was that that was not adequate. And therefore we did our counter proposal and we said that that money, instead of spreading it to 2028, it is an opportunity for public service to have harmonized salaries. That is the opportunity that the PS and SRC has denied civil servants.
The union has given SRC and the Public Service Commission 14 days to withdraw the circular and resume negotiations, warning it will seek legal action and could call a nationwide strike if its demands are not met.
They have refused to listen to public servants. We are left with no other option but also to simultaneously take legal action. If they can't stop it, we'll stop it in court. If they stop it, we will withdraw our court case. We have never for a long time as civil servants gone on strike. But I'm telling you that this one we will if they don't respond within 14 days.
Kenya is hosting investigators from 21 African countries for a 5-day Interpol operation aimed at identifying victims of child sexual exploitation and dismantling cross-border abuse networks. The 4th Interpol Victim Identification Task Force, which opened at the DCI headquarters in Nairobi, brings together law enforcement officers to strengthen investigations, improve intelligence sharing, and enhance regional cooperation. In a statement, the DCI said the operation underscores Kenya's commitment to protecting children and combating transnational child sexual exploitation through closer collaboration with Interpol and other international partners. A fisherman has died after a hippo attacked 2 men while they were fishing on Lake Victoria near Marenga Beach in Bodalangi, Busia County. Survivor Anthony Barasa says the hippo capsized their boat, causing his brother to drown.
Ikatugonga, tukazama ndani ya maji, ikanishika mguu, ule akaanza kuogelea, nikaipiga teke kwa kichwa, ikaniacha. Mimi pia nikaanza kuogelea. Sasa kama nilikuwa naogelea, ule mwenzangu akasema, brada yangu tunakufa, tumeshakufa. Nikasema, jikaze, ogelea jikaze. Lakini kama nasema jikaze, mimi pia najikaza tu, naogelea. Sasa ilipita dakika moja, kuangalia nyuma, nauliza Abu, uko wapi? Sioni hata mtu.
Residents now calling on the KWS to take urgent action, saying hippo attacks have become more frequent along the Nzoia River and Lake Victoria.
Na tumeshakuwa na visa kadhaa. KWO wanakuja na wanaenda tu, wanadanganya eti hao wamechokoza hivi. Wenyeji wanajua, hata sasa wanajua imeingia mahali fulani. KWO akienda wataipata, na hiyo kitu inataka kuwa eliminated. Sababu maisha vile imekuwa ngumu hivi, hao vijana wanatafuta vile kusurvive na wanatishiwa hivyo, wanakufa ofyo kwa njia kama hiyo, si mzuri. Ikishindikana sana kama hawawezi kuperform, we are going to kufanya maandamano na tutaweka vikwazo na tuone. Ikiwashinda sisi wenyewe tutafanya, watadili na hizo hivi.
And the Kenya Met Department has forecast generally dry weather across most parts of the country from today until 27th July, with rainfall expected in parts of Western Kenya, the Rift Valley and the coast. The department says Nairobi and parts of central Kenya are likely to experience cool, cloudy conditions with light rain. Daytime temperatures are expected to exceed the 30 degrees Celsius in parts of the coast, northeastern and northwestern Kenya, while nighttime temperatures could fall below 10 degrees Celsius in parts of central Kenya, the Rift Valley and the Taita Taveta. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
102.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi, na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you and into the third hour of the Situation Room this Tuesday morning. It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock on this 21st day of July, and getting into a number of our conversations. So that one that we had on insecurity and the state of things, that it is a very serious thing.
Yes.
And that we can be here talking about it as though it doesn't matter, and that's something that can be forgotten. But we're talking about lives.
Yes.
We're talking about experiences. We're talking about loss. We're talking about value.
About people.
We're talking about people, and we can pepper it with some politics. Sometimes is a bit sad. It's actually very sad. And I shudder to think about the people who've never been found, and that they really did disappear in the hands of police at some point, and nobody wants to say. The day of reckoning will come.
It will.
Whichever way you choose to look at it.
Nothing stays hidden forever.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's how we know that Ojwang didn't kill himself in prison. All right, we're getting into another conversation, and that one doesn't go on the back burner. It continues to be a conversation that we have to keep it front and center. And so we'll talk about it, as uncomfortable as it may be, and as scary as it may be. We will talk about it. Before we get into our conversation for this hour, tell us, Bomba.
I want to give you some other form of security. And the security we're talking about is energy security, where then Kenya Pipeline Company is here telling us that they are in the forefront in making sure that the economy continues to move forward, that you're able to go about your business every day, that manufacturing is a reality, that regional integration is a reality, because they are moving product that will be petroleum products from the port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu and all the way to Uganda. And that right there is the integration that we talk about, that the two countries are able to work together to ensure that they are moving forward. But what exactly are they managing? They're managing over 1,700 kilometers of world-class, state-of-the-art automated system that then is able to assure you that you'll get quality product that is fast. They're able to secure it as well. So they're also investing back into the community through their CSR, where they're taking students, smart students, to school so that they're able to graduate, come back and plug back into the economy. So Kenya Pipeline is telling you, do you want to be part and parcel of us? Because remember, it is Kenya Pipeline PLC. Do you want to know more about it? Go to www.kpc.co.ke, because Kenya Pipeline, bomba letu, ukwaji wetu.
Kabisa. The Law Society of Kenya's president is here with us this morning, and we're going to be looking at a number of issues. Charles Kanjama, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Quite well.
Good.
Yes, I hope you're also well.
We are well. We are upright. So I guess that's a good place to start. And we'll see how we go through it. We're going to be talking about a number of issues this morning. And one may not be comfortable for a lot of people, but we're going to talk about it anyway, because maybe there's a problem. And so tell us where that's all starting from. Before we do that, however, Dennis has taken us to a very interesting country this week.
Yes. The country we're in is the fourth largest island in the world. So it is the home of vanilla. Why? Because when you talk about natural vanilla, they are the largest producers and exporters of the same. The country we're in is Madagascar. And you enjoy wildlife. The 90% of wildlife you'll find in Madagascar can only be found there. So if you are a fan of cartoons, there is one, I like to move it, King Julian, right? You can only find King Julian in Madagascar. But
that's the Emperor Penguin.
Yeah, yes.
You can only find it in Madagascar.
Yes. But the proverb, even a goat can bite when conditions become unbearable. Even a goat can bite when conditions become unbearable. How would you interpret it?
I think the assumption is that the domestic animals, goats being a good example, are peaceful and are not a threat to human beings. Some may even think that they are a bit cowardly. They have been tamed. But it's basically saying that everyone has a breaking point. It's like the other saying about a cornered cat. When somebody becomes completely cornered or completely strained, sometimes they can erupt in ways that are surprising. And this is a very good saying when we consider situations, say, of leadership. When leaders are dealing with their people, sometimes they may think that the people are just docile and tolerant and passive and unable to react, and they keep adding to the burdens of the people. But a moment comes when that person or those people eventually react. Even in friendships, in relationships, in workplaces, etc., we need to always know that everyone has their red line.
Indeed.
Everyone has their moment beyond which they cannot cope or take it anymore. And to respect the boundaries of others.
Well said, well interpreted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So allow me to give a little bit of background to this conversation that we're going to have. And in what was reported as news, courts all over the country will be grounded on Wednesday, tomorrow, after the Law Society of Kenya announced a countrywide boycott in an escalation of the standoff between lawyers and the judiciary. On one hand, the LSK's counsel cited persistent graft and misconduct in the judiciary, while on the other, separate sources within the Judicial Service Commission, the judiciary, and the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association accused the society of calling the kettle black. In this case, the society is the pot, and withholding crucial information on the grievances they raise. Now, if I go just a little bit further, The LSK says that there's severe case backlogs, judicial corruption, e-filing failures, and you've announced this boycott, while the judiciary insists all courts will remain open and operational. The judiciary spokesperson Paul Ndemo declared that all courts will remain fully open to protect litigants, resolving a record and as they had done in the previous years. Okay, Mr. President, somebody's got to be in their bonnet. What's going on?
I think Kenyans are aware of the various challenges with the judiciary. We are not disclosing to Kenyans what they don't know. They're aware of it. And the Law Society of Kenya is a foremost partner in engaging the judiciary to deal with these issues. So we use a lot of boardroom engagements, including court users committees and bar bench committees, to try and get reforms in the judiciary. And if you look at the statement that LSK issued last week on Friday, we've also issued another statement yesterday. We have emphasized that that process will continue. But LSK is frustrated. Lawyers are very frustrated that we keep receiving or getting the runaround. That we raise issues and the progress is inadequate. So there are some persistent problems in the judiciary that we need to highlight, and that this boycott is going to help us to highlight, because it is a form of industrial action. It is protected under Article 37 and Article 41 of the Constitution. It is a form of protest by lawyers. Litigants go to court and they seek the assistance of lawyers. So the reason lawyers are protesting is because they are found they are not able to assist their litigants because of some persistent problems in the judiciary. And the biggest monster that we are trying to tackle now is corruption. And there have been so many studies, even perception indices by people like Transparency International, Kenya chapter, that have shown that the amount of corruption in the judiciary is beyond where it should be. Even EACC has done their own study. Even in meetings we've had with the judiciary leadership, they have acknowledged that there are challenges, and they've asked us to assist them in dealing with them. But one of the problems we find is when now lawyers or their clients, litigants, raise complaints with the institution that is meant to process those complaints, the Judicial Service Commission. Some judges rush to court to stop the Judicial Service Commission from doing its job. So it has reached a point where you have a parallel jurisprudence. Jurisprudence is a reasoning or thinking of the court. Any other case where people go to court, employees going to court to stop disciplinary processes of employers, state officers going to court to stop processes of, the National Assembly or the Senate for impeachment, county assembly, and so on. The court says face the process because there are institutional safeguards. If you are not satisfied with the institutional safeguards, you can then come to us on review or appeal. But that is the jurisprudence touching everyone else. But now when it comes to some judges or judicial officers, they get indefinite injunctions that last for years on end, stopping them from facing accountability. So these are some of the things that are happening that the Law Society of Kenya is saying enough. The judiciary knows that every judge has to have the reputation of Caesar's wife, to be above suspicion. And that is what is expected by the oath of office and the judicial code of conduct for judges. So some of these things that are happening are the ones that are having a very deleterious effect on integrity and accountability. And I hasten to add, majority of the judges are doing well in difficult circumstances. So when we highlight the question of the boycott, we are highlighting it because some of the challenges are institutional. They don't relate to an individual judge. They're institutional, but they still need to be dealt with by the institution of the judiciary. So we are not by any case saying that majority of the judges or judicial officers have a problem. In fact, as LSK, we know that judges and judicial officers are lawyers, just like us. They're our colleagues. Some of them work very hard in difficult circumstances. They deliver justice for Kenyans who need the justice, and they need to be applauded. But we are saying that if there are any rotten apples, and rotten apples are everywhere, even in the Law Society of Kenya, we have rotten apples, and we have our own strategy in this council that I'm part of, the Law Society of Kenya Council, to also deal with challenges within the legal profession, to expedite the advocates' disciplinary processes. So as we are dealing with our own challenges, which are there, we are saying that we also need to deal with the challenges of the judiciary, because the judiciary are an arm of government. Actually, they're the last arm or organ of government Kenyans go to when everything else has failed. You know, they are meant to be the ones protecting the constitution. So if some elements within the structure of the judiciary then undermine constitutional protections, it becomes a big issue. Chapter 10 of the Constitution is on the judiciary, and it highlights two important qualities or principles of the judiciary for them to work effectively. One is the independence of the judiciary, and the second is accountability of the judiciary. The two go together. You can't have independent that is untrammeled or unrestrained by accountability. In fact, that is a false kind of independence. So LSK will always be there to fight and reaffirm the independence of the judiciary. To fight for and reaffirm the independence of the judiciary. We are always the first people to blow the whistle. But what we are saying is that independence is at the service of accountability. And if some judicial officers or judges undermine the very accountability structures that exist, like the Judicial Service Commission, and we are not then able to use court process to secure accountability, then we must use the other process, which is Article 37 and 41, the rights that lawyers have relating to protest and relating to industrial action.
Before getting here, Wakili, one asks the question, what are some of the moves that you've tried to access before? I know that you've mentioned about going to JSC, but does it mean that every other door when it comes to negotiation of just having a conversation around this with the judiciary have fallen on deaf ears? Because by the time lawyers are downing tools, what that means is that those who have a court date, say today, are not able to get justice, you know. So what's the trade? Have you tried other maneuvers before that have not been adhered to, or what's the case?
That's a very good point. In fact, in our statement of Friday, we did recognize that lawyers are essential service providers. We are like doctors. We are among the people who during COVID were given leeway to travel from one place to the other. So when you're an essential service provider, it doesn't mean you cannot take industrial action. We've seen doctors going on strike, but it means they have to be limited or balanced, because you also need to think about the interests of the Kenyans you are serving. And that is why our general court boycott is for only one day. We could even have decided to do a full month. We said, let's do one day and see whether it will have an impact. Even sometimes we have public holidays that are very unexpected or unscheduled, like this National Tree Planting Day. And of course, we know there are some religious holidays that also are decided, they move with the calendar. And when that happens, the courts don't sit on that particular day. Cases get adjourned to another day. So we are saying a one-day temporary inconvenience of litigants is important for the sake of the greater good. When people go to the streets marching or protesting, like LSK, we went to the streets 1.5 weeks ago, the traffic is inconvenienced. They have to slow down as you are walking along the road. But you even have police assistance. But Article 37 recognizes some measure of inconvenience for the public is okay, because it is part of exercising your freedom of assembly, your freedom of demonstration, petition, and picketing. You understand? So that is what LSK did. So we looked at the proportion. We said for one day, it's general court boycott. All courts, even for that one day, we've given a few limitations or exclusions. Because there are people who have what we call interim orders. You have maybe an injunction or something, and it's coming to an end on that day. So you will need to attend court just to tell the court to extend the order and give you a new date. So we've actually considered those exceptions. It's like when you protest, there are still some people moving in the streets. You give them one lane on the side. They don't have the 3 lanes, but they have 1 lane to move in. So that's what we've done. Then we've also said we'll have an indefinite boycott of certain courts. We couldn't do an indefinite boycott of all courts. It would not even have made sense. But we identified a few judges and judicial officers who are enjoying court orders. They are currently sitting by virtue of court orders.
Okay.
So we've said for those specific courts, we are doing an indefinite boycott until such a time as those court orders are lifted, so that they can go through the accountability process.
The judges themselves?
Yes,
judges
exactly.
and or magistrates?
Exactly.
Okay.
And what happens is that we started discussing this issue as far back as 2 years ago in the LSK annual conference of 2024. We discussed it again in 2025. We've discussed it in several forums. We've raised it in our meetings with the judiciary leadership. But we've noticed some judges or magistrates are personally enjoying these orders, so they don't feel any motivation to advance their cases. And the experience is that those are some of the cases that then drag on. They delay much longer than any ordinary case.
How would a judge, I'm sorry to interject, how would a judge or magistrate benefit from a delay in a case? I can understand how maybe one side of a case where the complainant and or the defendant is enjoying a delay, how would a judge benefit?
When a judge is a litigant, they benefit like any other litigant.
Okay.
So you are invited by the Judicial Service Commission after they receive a complaint.
Okay.
JSC receive a complaint. When they receive a complaint, because it's their job to deal with complaints and even to investigate, sometimes they can do it on their own motion, what we call in law suo motu. On their own motion, they can investigate. Once they do that, they determine whether this particular matter has reached a level where we should ask the judge or magistrate to respond. So then they write to the judge or the magistrate and they say, please respond. Some of them, even instead of responding, they rush to court. They get an order to stop JSC from even asking them to respond. Can you imagine? So it's like you don't even want to go on record with what is your response to the allegation against you.
Didn't we see such a case with the Chief Justice herself?
Unfortunately, most of the judges of the Supreme Court are in the list of the courts we are going to target for the indefinite boycott, because they also last year were complaints were raised against them, and they each went to court individually. 6 of them, they got court orders to stop JSC from even getting their response to the complaint. No, we'll not even give our response for JSC to do its job. So you see, that is quite problematic. It's an approach in which the judge becomes like a god with a small g. They can't be questioned. You see, our constitution believes everyone must be accountable. They must respond. We are not telling them to respond on social media. We are not telling them to respond in any other forum. We are saying respond to that organ that has been put in place with your peers to process these responses. You know the composition of the Judicial Service Commission. It includes the Chief Justice. Of course, you'll not be able to sit if the matter is touching on her directly. A judge of the Supreme Court, a judge of the Court of Appeal, a judge of the High Court, a magistrate, 2 representatives of LSK, Attorney General, someone from Public Service Commission representing Public Service Commission, and then 2 members of the public appointed by the President or selected by the President. So the point is, Kenyans in 2010 came up with a structure of a Judicial Service Commission that is a body that has significant seniority and kind of like peers to be able to process complaints against judges, recognizing that there is need to balance between independence and accountability. That's what they are meant to do. So if some of the judges, a handful of them, are not ready to subject themselves to JSC, that becomes one of the diseases, cancer, that has been spreading, damaging the entire infrastructure of accountability in the judiciary.
I'd like to ask one question before we go to break. And Wakili, we're talking about an arm of government which a lot of people in the recent past have referenced as maybe the one arm at this point that can actually be a source of hope. But what I hear you saying is that it's possible that they feel as though they're above the law.
Let me put it this way. As lawyers and as the Law Society of Kenya, we have a lot of confidence in the judiciary.
Okay.
And we believe very strongly that the judiciary is a last recourse for Kenyans. We cannot afford to have the judiciary disintegrate its integrity, its authority, its independence, and its accountability. It is precisely because we have so much hope and confidence in the judiciary that we are trying to get right these challenges that the judiciary is facing so that it continues to be fit for purpose. So let there be no doubt, we practice in the courts on a daily basis. And the reason we go to courts, the reason we advise our clients, litigants, to go to court is we believe that that is where they can get the ultimate remedy. But the judiciary, like any other institution, may have some weaknesses which need to be resolved. So the ones we are pointing out are the persistent and serious ones that we need to deal with very quickly, especially before we go to 2027 elections, because the judiciary needs to be at the level of the highest confidence and highest strength as we are approaching that very politically intense period. So we think this is the right time for the judiciary to put their house in order, to fully be consistent with the constitutional architecture. And of course, for us lawyers, we'll continue supporting the judiciary where they need to be supported and calling them out where they need to be called out, because that is how you build institutions.
Okay, let's take a quick break and then come back and talk about corruption within the judiciary, because it's a matter that has been raised by many a lawyer. It's one of the matters that's raised in these issues that you raise, and then, of course, feeding into that boycott for tomorrow. And it's also not a matter that can be solved in a day. So what are the steps towards making that being solved? The president of the Law Society of Kenya, Charles Kanjama, he's with us this morning, and we're looking at this impasse between the judiciary and the Law Society of Kenya and lawyers and practitioners of the law at large. And there's a boycott tomorrow. We'll find out more about that when we come back. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, still a busy morning today, and we're looking at traffic that's coming off of Mombasa Road and is heading out towards Uhuru Highway, and very, very busy as you touch on parts of Bunyala Road coming in from the south, and also then from the eastern part of it with traffic coming off of Lusaka Road. So that's busy as you get towards Haile Selassie. And the traffic on North Airport Road feeding into Cabanas is still quite something, heading out towards Mombasa Road, and inbound traffic as well is busy. Outer Ring is not looking too bad. There's traffic still on the Thika Superhighway as you get over that Survey Drift and heading out into the city. So that's busy, and we're looking at it continuing for a while. Okay, as you cross over James Gishuru and heading out towards Waiaki Way, that doesn't look too bad for now. So we'll keep an eye on things. We're still in traffic hour. Let's see how it progresses through Tuesday. SpiceFM EonX hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue this morning, 25 to 9 o'clock. And this issue, so we've established so far, Wakili, that courts, according to lawyers, will not operate tomorrow. Paul Ndemo, who is a spokesperson of the judiciary, has said that all of these things are going to operate normally. But if lawyers don't show up, then obviously the court process will have an issue. We're going to come back to that in just a bit. One of the issues that you raised in this communication that was sent out last week was the issue of corruption among judges. Or amongst the judiciary. I want to be careful to say that. But this is not a one-day solvable issue. It's been there for a long time. There have been many legal practitioners who has brought it up and talked about the fact that cases can be swayed in one direction or another. And this is tied directly to what you talk about judges not wanting to be summoned. Because there is a case, there are a number of cases about monies being found in the homes of magistrates and judges, but they go quickly to courts and say that they cannot be investigated over certain things and continue to practice as normal. Why is this a normal behavior? And how do you solve the issue of corruption in the judiciary?
First of all, let me explain that corruption in the judiciary takes three forms, or it has three avenues of corruption. At the first avenue, which is the one that is quite widespread, it's like daily corruption. Is in the court registries. The court registries are manned by judicial staff. And they're the ones who receive cases, filing of cases. They process court orders after they've been issued by the court. They issue summons. So like various other registries in this country where you have inefficiencies, lands registries, and various other registries, one of the ways that people deal with inefficiency is by having to facilitate the process. You use that term facilitation to refer to bribes or money that is being exchanged to get a service that you should have got as a member of the public. That's the most common kind of corruption in the judiciary. It's at the lowest level. It is smaller amounts, but it is happening very frequently. That one needs to be dealt with, and we have talked to the judiciary leadership about it. Sometimes they reshuffle staff. They ask us, please share the evidence. Challenge of collecting evidence, of course, in matters of corruption, but that is the first kind. The second kind is the corruption that affects the subordinate courts. These are the courts involving magistrates and sometimes in the tribunals. This one is the second in terms of frequency or commonality. The amounts involved are larger than the ones for the registry. In criminal cases, sometimes they may involve some judicial officers who receive some bribes so that they can reduce the amount of cash bail if it is during the time of plea, or so that they can give you bail if you have not been given bail before. In some cases, it is a notorious kind of corruption to influence a court outcome. And of course, a lot of this is difficult to get the evidence for it. But they are less frequent than registry corruption, but they are more common than corruption among judges. So the third kind of corruption is among judges of the superior courts. High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court. Most judges are clean. Many magistrates are clean, I hasten to say. And the corruption that happens in superior courts is less frequent, but the amounts are larger when it happens. It can get to fairly large amounts. And this is what you found several of my colleagues in the legal profession abhorring and complaining about. All corruption involves somebody you know. So the corruption that is at the superior courts or the subordinate courts many times may involve maybe a clerk or registry official who's an intermediary, the judge. Sometimes it is somebody who's maybe a classmate of the judge or something. Sometimes even it's a lawyer who is the conduit of the corruption or influence peddling. What we are saying is that the judiciary should be a sacred temple or sanctuary where no corruption should be tolerated. And to the you could almost say to the benefit of the Chief Justice, when we last met her as the leadership of LSK and we explained to her our concerns, she did say that she was committed to fighting this corruption. She said she wants the judiciary, every court station, to become a corruption-free zone.
How can that happen?
Yes.
If judges can come back to the courts and say that they would like to have, or rather, have an injunction placed or a stay whereby then they themselves cannot be questioned. How do you remove corruption from the judiciary if the alleged or accused agents of corruption can stop themselves from being questioned and or investigated?
That's a very good question. If I may use an analogy, when in first aid, they say you find a patient who may not be responsive, maybe is collapsed or something, they talk of the ABC of first aid. The A is airways.
Yes.
You look at the airways, you ensure the airways are clear. Maybe you check the posture of the person who's lying on the ground, supine or whatever form. The B is breathing. You try to focus on the breathing so that the patient can breathe. So you are trying to first clear the airways, restore breathing. Then the C is circulation. Sometimes that's when you start pumping the chest to restore circulation, blood circulation by the heart. So what we are trying to say is that in the judiciary also, to fight corruption, the first thing you need to do is to clear the airways. And this obstruction, in some cases by a few judges or judicial officers who obstruct GSC, is what is blocking the airways. So we want to clear the airways to restore breathing and ensure the circulation of the blood is unhindered to every cell of the body, in this case of the judiciary. So that is why we are having this targeted court boycott. It is precisely an emergency measure under the ABC first aid protocol, if I may use it as an analogy, to clear the airways, restore breathing, and restore circulation of the blood. Once we're able to do that, we think we'll be able to work effectively with the structures and the officers in the judiciary to fight the corruption that is within, and also to cut off those external people, some of whom are even my own members, who facilitate the corruption within the judiciary. To cut them off, first restore the breathing, clear the airways.
You know, when we talk about corruption, it's always bedeviling the country, whichever way you want to look at it. So there is corruption in the judiciary. Within LSK, there is that problem as well. But then one asks the question, as there is the internal sorting out through the JSC, what role does EACC or DPP play together with all these agencies in fighting corruption?
Okay, so one of the judges that we have identified in our list is a judge who was subject to EACC investigations, and she also went to court to stop the EACC process. So the Ethics Anti-Corruption Commission is a Chapter 15 commission. What are Chapter 15 commissions? These are the constitutional commissions and independent offices that are identified in the Constitution of Kenya in Chapter 15. In Article 249 of the Constitution, which is in Chapter 15, they are meant to work independently and not subject to control, and they are meant to promote constitutionalism, etc. Even the judiciary is meant to be accountable to the Chapter 15 commissions. That includes the Ethics Anti-Corruption Commission. So if there is suspicion of corruption, EACC is entitled to investigate, whether it involves a judge, a judicial officer, a lawyer, even the president of this country, a cabinet secretary, a minister, any person, any state officer, any person in this country, if there is suspicion of corruption. In the case of EACC, they focus largely on public officers because they don't have the capacity to investigate all forms of corruption. So they focus on public officers, and then the Directorate of Criminal Investigation within the National Police Service focuses on all other forms of corruption. So these are agencies that are recognized in the Constitution to fight corruption. So even members of the judiciary have to allow themselves to be subjected to that investigation. If it is pure harassment, because sometimes the executive is used to harass the judiciary, then there will be special exceptional cases when there may be need for intervention. But you see, EACC is independent. It is not, the police service is meant to be independent, but doesn't act as independently. EACC at least is independent. So when you interfere with their investigations, and this was a very public case in which some people were caught with allegations of money changing hands, and then the investigation touched on a particular judge, was mentioned. We don't know, she's innocent until proven guilty. And she may never be proven guilty. She may be innocent. That is the law. But the point is, if you now suffocate the process of accountability and finding out, then you are sending a message to everyone that we, as judges, are above the law. We are above investigation into corruption. The moment you send that message, you increase, let me call it the courage in quotes, because it's a false courage, of other judges who may not be of great integrity. I keep insisting the majority work with a lot of integrity. But you encourage a few others to maybe consider a temptation in this kind of situations. So that's what we are saying. We need to unclog the airways. Let investigations progress. Let this organ breathe. With the accountability structures in place.
So is there an understanding across board that needs to happen? Because it would appear as though the judiciary might feel otherwise by then saying that operations will continue tomorrow as normal, having taken into or not consideration what the LSK has said as of last week.
I don't know whether the judiciary could have issued a different statement. Even when Kenyans wanted to protest, the government kept insisting that everything will proceed as normal. Then on the day, the roads were obstructed. I think the judiciary probably felt they needed to issue that statement. But we are directly appealing to judges and judicial officers that we have already issued a communication to the judiciary. They need to understand the reason why we are taking this action that we are taking, and they need to respect the action we are taking. We are going to be respectful but firm. And what we have said is that if there are interim orders, the lawyers will be able to appear to get a new date, but not for purpose of dealing substantively with cases. We need the judiciary to be with us on this issue, because what we are doing is for the benefit of all Kenyans. And if indeed the judiciary is serving Kenyans, as we believe they are and they should be, then they should recognize and actually appreciate our efforts to clean house, because this cleaning house has to be done. Some of the cleaning house is internal, and some of it is external. So external accountability is very important. That is what LSK is trying to achieve.
There is internal and external accountability, and I want to look at the situation where every judge is a lawyer. That means they're your members.
Yes, right? In a sense. They are not active members. The moment they become judges, they stop being active members of the law society. As a general rule, they don't come for meetings. They don't vote, and if they come, they just come for CPD, for training. We meet them in bar benches, but to preserve the independence of the judiciary, the moment they are appointed as judges, it's like they cross to the other valley, the other ridge. They cross over to the other ridge. But once they are judges, if they retire. Judges retire at 70, judicial officers at 60. They then come back. And continue to be members of the Law Society of Kenya. Now they can continue in active practice. So every judge or JO was an active LSK member and may become, after they finish their tour of duty in the judiciary, once again an active LSK member.
In one way or the other, you're still tied at the hip. And one looks at where now, as the Law Society of Kenya, you're looking at your former members misbehaving out there. Investigations are ongoing, and one is expected, or rather one hopes that LSK would stand and say, because of your tainted image and how you're viewed. Whether you retire at that point when now you are able to practice, LSK is unable to give you certificate to practice because you have a tainted history and you don't want to be associated with you. Are these some of the things that perhaps maybe LSK is looking at? Including also deregistering those members of yours who as well are not playing by the book.
The Council of the Law Society of Kenya, as the governance organ responsible for governing the society, is the one that considers applications for people who want to renew their practicing certificate while they have not been active for some time. And they do consider matters on a case-by-case basis. And it is actually useful to come up with internal guidelines to guide the Council of the Law Society, especially in regard to those people who have a clear and prominent kind of like a public image of corruption. However, the same constitution also talks about innocent until proven guilty, right to a fair hearing. And the Law Society as the foremost defender of the right to fair hearing under Article 50 and the right to fair administrative action under Article 47 of the Constitution. Of course, we have to extend the same grace to our own members. And that is why precisely we want to unblock those mechanisms for fair administrative action like JSC and for fair hearing like courts or the tribunals that sometimes are formed to investigate the conduct of a judge after JSC determines that a tribunal should be formed. We want to unblock them so that they happen in an environment of fairness. And then if somebody is found innocent, then the reputational harm that they have suffered is taken away. And if they are not found innocent, then they face the consequences. So that's what LSK is going to do. So to come back to your question about how we deal with either our own members or even people who are in the judiciary who then come and want to take out a practicing certificate, our role as LSK Council is first and foremost to ensure that the mechanisms for accountability are in effect, they are working, the processes are working, and then to respect the constitutional rights of our members as they are going through those processes, which means you are entitled to practice for as long as you are going through the process. But if you use certain mechanisms to then obstruct those processes of accountability, where there is a strong perception of influence, because this is your colleague in the judiciary that has given orders in your favor, then now we need to come up, speak strongly about it so that we bring to an end that practice.
So what do you think beyond stopping tomorrow and beyond sending a message or the appeal to say that we need to pay attention to some of these matters, that this boycott of the courts countrywide tomorrow will achieve?
It is already achieving quite a bit, even right now as we are speaking, because it is raising attention to these important matters. Tomorrow we are also going to share with the advocates a link through which they can give us feedback, including on allegations of misconduct and also performance. Performance is positive or negative. And I think when you receive feedback, it should never just appear in the negative sense. Some feedback is to compliment or to appreciate the very great work of some judges and judicial officers. For several years, I was the chair of Nairobi Legal Awards Trust, and we used to ask our advocates to give us feedback on a few judicial officers that they had identified as exceptional service. And we'd get the feedback, and based on the feedback, would determine who is a judge or judicial officer who's doing well, so that we could also appreciate them. So when I talk of feedback, feedback should be viewed 360 degrees. In fact, most feedback, 80% is expected to be positive or appreciative, but still, it's feedback that helps you to get better. When I used to teach in a law school, we used to get feedback from students every semester. And that feedback was very helpful. They would aggregate the feedback from the students and tell you you've scored 3 out of 5 regarding punctuality. And you could tell. The students see different lecturers coming into class. This one is punctual, they gave 5. This one, they gave 3. So it meant you needed to improve punctuality. They would assess you on things like preparedness. How have you been prepared for the class? Because the students can tell this lecturer is not even prepared. Their notes are yellowing notes that they've used for the last 4 years. They're not even aware of which was the item to be covered today. They are being reminded by the classmate. So then you get feedback. So we also want to give feedback to the judiciary. That feedback will give to both the judiciary and JSC.
Okay.
Once we get the feedback, this is going to be something we'll be doing regularly. Then we'll use our structures to ensure that the feedback is implemented. And where it is clear information about corruption allegations, then we'll ask JSC to process it. And the Judicial Service Commission, we have told them that they also need to build up on their investigative capacity. JSC is meant to both receive and process complaints on one hand, and on the other hand to investigate on its own. Many times when you have complaints, the level of evidence is not high enough, but it doesn't mean JSC then says, okay,
we can't find
we
it.
can't do anything, because there are a state organ that can have investigators, either internal. They can collaborate with other state agencies if they need to. So they need to have greater capacity, and that's also what we are telling the JSC. So we are not just saying that the challenge is at the judiciary, where there's challenge of accountability. Even JSC itself has challenges of accountability. And they have been slow in processing complaints that have come before them. Even the ones that don't have any obstruction, they've been slow in processing those complaints. So we are going to keep engaging them so that there's tangible outcome, both on issues of corruption. Sometimes it's not corruption, it's just misconduct or low performance, poor performance by some judicial officers or judges. And also there's positive feedback. Like now, the judiciary leadership and JSC have announced that they're going to start releasing every quarter performance, individual performance, kind of like reports on each judge. This is amazing. As LSK, we support. This is positive. So when they do a good thing, we support. We work with them. And when we get those performance measures, what is our job? Our job is not just to condemn, is to help the people in the judiciary to perform better and better. Over the last few years, there's been a lot of complaints about budget in the judiciary, about number of judges and JOs. And LSK has been very much at the forefront in echoing the judges and the judiciary's concerns. What has happened is over the last 3 years or so, the budget of the judiciary has doubled. The number of judges and JOs that have been appointed has increased. So we are saying, can we now get the dividend as a people of Kenya, the justice dividend from this thing that is happening? And when we find the justice dividend is not being attained, then we have a right to blow the whistle. That's what we are doing.
I mean, briefly, because time is not on our side, one would ask the question, while we look at LSK now and the judiciary going head to head, there is also Kenyans as well who tomorrow will be having a difficult time. How can Kenyans as well plug into this conversation so that it's a wholesome conversation that no one is left behind?
Yeah, we would like Kenyans also, through their lawyers, when they find they have specific concrete concerns with some of the things that have been happening in the judiciary, to also engage, because this is something we are doing for the benefit of the public. How can the public engage? There are various mechanisms. One, there are existing mechanisms within the judiciary and the Judicial Service Commission, where there is a clear evidence of misconduct. You can go to the Judicial Service Commission. In other cases, maybe performance issues, you go to the Judiciary Ombudsman or the Judiciary Accountability Structures. At every court station, there's a head of station, etc. You can do that. Number two, you can raise a complaint with the lawyer who is representing you, if you have any lawyer representing you. Number 3, there are a few other agencies that you can use, including the Law Society of Kenya. You can approach us directly. Sometimes you can approach EACC if it is an allegation of corruption, and so on. So what we are trying to say is we want the public to walk along with us, because what we are doing as lawyers is for the sake of the public. And I also would like to say that it should not appear as if it's a confrontation between the bar and the bench. I know externally it may appear that way, but very many members of the bench actually support LSK's effort in fighting and rooting out corruption and inefficiency. The judges and JOs who are working hard and well are also very discouraged when they see what is happening by their side. They are very much happy, several of them, with what we are doing. So it's not like a confrontation of two institutions. It's just two different ways of achieving the same objective of judicial accountability. And that's why we are appealing to the judges and JOs. We are telling them, work with us. When we come to the court tomorrow and we say that we are not proceeding with matters, please respect that approach of LSK, because it is job we are doing to build the judiciary as an institution.
Indeed. He's the president of the LSK. Charles Kanjama has been with us this morning. Tomorrow's one to watch, but also beyond tomorrow, and see what it will actually then yield. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Explanatory in many ways. Asante sana.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. Good morning at 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The NGCDF budget has been increased from 58.8 billion shillings to 61.8 billion shillings for the 2026-2027 financial year, raising allocations for all 290 constituencies. NGCDF Committee Chairperson Musa Sirma says the additional funding will support development projects, with each constituency receiving between 8.8 million shillings and 11.3 million shillings more than the previous allocations. The funds will be distributed according to the NGCDF Act, with 75% shared equally among constituencies and 25% based on the number of wards. 5% of the allocation has been set aside for NGCDF board operations, while another 3.09 billion shillings will go to the emergency fund. Sirma says the committee will continue pushing for increased funding to meet growing development needs. He has also urged MPs to submit their 2026-2027 project proposals by 31st July to allow timely implementation. The political affairs advisor in the office of the president, Karisa Nzai, says freedom of expression and democracy are constitutional rights that must be exercised responsibly and in the national interest. Speaking during a meeting with religious leaders, Nzai urged politicians seeking elective office to focus on their policies and winning public support instead of resorting to personal attacks and abusive language. Said President William Ruto is the country's democratically elected leader and called for respect for the office of the president, adding that any change in leadership must be through free and fair elections in line with the constitution.
Kiongozi hatukanwi. Wewe ambaye unatafuta kura, tafuta kura na heshima. Kwa sasa kuna mtu wako kwa kiti. Demokrasia inaruhusiwa, lakini ni muhimu kuweka mpangilio. Kwa sababu Mungu hajachanganyikiwa kumweka William Ruto kama rais. Freedom ya speech iko, weka mpango, weka kipimo. Rais ni kama mfalme. Kuna wakati kama mnafikiria kabisa kwamba yeye ni mbaya, siku yake itafika, ataondoka na mwingine ataingia. Lakini jambo kubwa katika taifa letu ni kuangalia amani, kwa sababu kukiwa na amani kila mmoja ataweza kufanya siasa yake.
Nzai also cautioned against inflammatory politics, warning that it could undermine national unity.
Tukiwa na ile siasa ya hamaki ya kuona kwamba mimi niko bora kumshinda mwingine, taifa hili ni bora kushinda lile lingine, kabila hili ni bora kushinda wale wengine, dini hii ni bora, hii Kenya tutaigawanya vipande na hatutakuwa na Kenya ingine. Hatuna spare ya Kenya. Tunapaswa kuelewa ya kwamba siasa ni msimu, unakuja na unaenda, lakini sisi kama viongozi.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will
sana.
always be here. The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we are continuing into the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. And even as we get into what it's going to take to actually have proper water provision around the country, we've seen that in the last couple of weeks, promises have been made, whether it is in a political arena, but that goes to show that there's a problem, but how do you actually fix it? We'll be talking about that into this hour. But before we do that, Bomba.
Yes. Now, as you go about your morning, you're stuck in traffic. You are on that queue planning to head down to the coast, or you are on your way to the coast. One thing that is making that a reality is fuel, petroleum products that do exist in the country today, courtesy of Kenya Pipeline Company, that is making it possible for the economy to be able to move for regional integration, because Kenya Pipeline is moving product from the coast of Port of Mombasa to the lakeside city of Kisumu and all the way to Uganda. Talk about integration. So we are here to ensure that Kenya Pipeline Company has invested over 1,700 kilometers of pipeline that is automated, state-of-the-art facility that is being manned by local engineers who've invested their time to ensure that this product gets to move. So for you to get reliable energy, for you to get energy in a secure way, Kenya Pipeline Company is making sure that that is possible. You want more information on this? www.kpc.co.ke is where you go, because Kenya Pipeline, bomba letu, ukuaji wetu.
Kabisa. All right. And even as we get into this conversation, our guest is here for the hour. Engineer Daniel Nganga is the Managing Director of the Murang'a Water and Sanitation Company and joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you for being here this morning. We're looking at quite a number of things in terms of how we're actually going to get water flowing in the country. Before we do that, we normally go around the African country every week, the continent every week. Yes. Dennis lands in a particular country and then he comes to share the proverbs with us. We'd love to get your interpretation of that.
So this entire week we are in a country that will be christened vanilla country. Why? Because they are the largest manufacturers as well as producers rather and exporters of the same. We are in Madagascar, where 90% of the wildlife can only be found there. So when you see the animals, just know ukitoka ni hivyo, you can only see them there. It is also the fourth largest island in the world, right? And the proverb we get from Madagascar is, even a goat can bite when conditions become unbearable. Even a goat can bite when conditions become unbearable. How would you interpret it?
It's a very good proverb, which I think is resonating with our day-to-day lives, and especially in our country. And what I would say is, when you are pushed deep in the corner, even if you don't have teeth, you can bite.
Indeed. Yeah. Even if you don't have teeth, you'll find something to bite with.
Well said.
So, I mean, we are looking at a situation that's dire, and that in 2026, there are still people who have to go far and wide to look for water. And if we zero in on Murang'a County, which essentially borders a number of other counties, and the situation of water here, then a lot is left to, to be desired. Give us an overview of how the provision of water vis-a-vis the needs have lived out in the last, short period that we've been existing in.
Thank you very much. I must say that I run water in Murang'a County, and in the county of Murang'a, we operate with closely with the county government. We are ahead than many other counties because the source of water generally majority of water which comes to this city comes from Murang'a.
Which comes to Nairobi?
Which comes to Nairobi.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, 80% of water that comes to this city, its source is Murang'a. Matters coverage, we are at 85%. In Murang'a County, and I must say, as a country, we are about 72% as per the impact report that was released recently by WASREP. I must say, policy-wise, we are good, and the regulation of water services, especially in this country, is better
than what?
Than majority of African countries that we know. We have a gap, yes, and I must start by thanking the government because we have seen in the last budget, the budget for the water subsector has improved from 104 billion last year to 125 billion. That is a plus. However, we still have a deficit. We require about 300 billion for us to get into SDG number 6. We have a target of getting universal access to water by 2030. We are 3.5 years shy, 3.5 years shy of that target. What do we need to do as professionals, We need to advocate with the policymakers so that we can get more budgets into the water sector. Also use other ways of getting revenues, because the monies that we get from our normal taxes is not enough. It's not enough. As a water subsector, we are slower compared to other sectors like energy and roads in using private sector funds. Like we know Rironi or Summit Road is a PPP program which is coming up very well. We need to accelerate advocacy with our policymakers so that we tap private sector funds.
One asks the question, when you talk about water access or coverage or distribution of the same, you've said that the country is playing at around 75%.
Yes.
Now, when you talk about 75%, that means there is a deficit of 25% of Kenyans who do not have access to clean piped water.
True.
What's making that 25% not be covered? Because, and this report covered what period and what are the challenges that we are seeing today that is making these Kenyans unable to access water?
That data is as at last financial year, 2025-26. And I must say that there are some multi-sectoral issues that has made us not to get there. One, you look at matters governance. When you look at water is highly politicized sometimes. And we have to advocate to ensure that there is no politics, especially in water management, so that we can get into universal access to even failure for us as people who are in the water sector to advocate for more resources into the water subsector so that we can achieve that gap. I must also say that the community also plays a part, because when we develop structures in this country, water infrastructure, we need ownership so that they are protected by the communities. Government alone will not do it. When we advocate in that line, we will basically achieve the target that we are meant to achieve by 2030. Yeah.
What is the water infrastructure that has been developed in the country over the last 5 years, for example? And what are examples of that?
We have mega dams that have been done to ensure that we have adequate water supply by our government. Look at Moche Dam, the Northern Collector Tunnel, which was completed the other day, which is bringing about, I think, 144,000 cubic meters of water into this city. Water supply has improved, and there are major other projects that are going on to ensure that we achieve the target that we are meant to achieve. Matters service provision. We are in the third cohort of management of water services by the county governments. We have seen a lot of improvement in terms of water management, in terms of the boards that are managing these utilities. And what we would urge as water service providers, I happen to be the emeritus chairman of Water Service Providers Association of Kenya. I'm in charge of advocacy. We are advocating with the COG and the county governments that we get when they are appointing directors. Let's not get directors based on how you have connections with your politicians. Let's get competency so that we are able to get the equation of water right.
When you talk about competence of directors that we see in these water bodies, we know the story for a very long time has been these are usually the low-hanging fruits when people fail from political positions. These are the places where they are thrown to just because you are rewarding those who supported you. How has that then hindered water distribution and access in the final end to Kenyans in terms of quality? Because people in those offices, one would say, do not understand the nitty-gritties that goes into planning all the way to implementation of water supply to an inch. How has that affected the growth, the development of the water sector in the country?
In Murang'a County, we are ahead. I must say that we are ahead of other counties. And if you look at the professionalism that has been put by Dr. Irogo Kangata, our governor, and the directors that are there, the less I talk about that, the better, because even results can talk about themselves in terms of provision of water services and other services that are done by our county. However, we also need to look at Kenya and get away of ensuring that we don't bring political rejects into management of resources, not necessarily water services. And when you bring professionalism into the management, then you achieve your target quick. I must say, how you grow at utility, it's like how it takes a child to grow in a village. It takes a whole village to bring up a child. The same way with water utility. We must ensure that we bring all stakeholders on board, the professionals in that county, the education groups, the women, the children, and the vulnerable in the society, so that we can advocate for good governance and management of this resource.
And yet, even with best practice, it doesn't operate in isolation. Neither does it operate, and that's what silos are. Because one good season is followed by a bad season, and then it's followed by a good season. And that Kenya came out of a debilitating drought, almost famine situation, whereby there was nothing. So how do we reconcile when we're also going into, look at the western part of the country, for example, with failed rains, that area is now going into a place where the food basket has essentially been affected. If there were mega infrastructure water projects that were available, would we not see a situation whereby folks would not have to be worried about things like, irrigation agriculture, watering of livestock, ensuring that if drought then hits, as it is currently doing, that it would not be worried about the water source? If truly those projects were there operational, would we be anxious?
What we are saying is true. In this country, we suffer a pendulum of floods and drought. Why? We have not invested sufficiently on storage of water. And that is what you are advocating for. And I must say, and I had mentioned this, we have seen improvement in terms of budget allocation for the water sector. It's about 125 billion, and majority of that is going to the resources, to manage resources. And it's our duty to ensure that we manage our resources so that future generations, of course, they'll be more than us, they'll need more water than us. It is our responsibility to ensure that we store the water that's available in its natural state, so that it doesn't cause flooding, and it's available for generations that will come after us. And we can see considerable improvement. That alone, we will not be able to achieve our agenda without reduction of what we call non-revenue water. We manage water, and this water we produce, but this water sometimes is lost and it doesn't generate money, and it has had a cost. When you look at the impact report that was released recently by WASREB, we are losing more water than last year. We have the non-revenue water has grown from 44% to 48%. This is unacceptable. When you look at the monetary value, it's about 14.8 billion that is going to the drain.
I'm sorry.
14.8.
Essentially being washed away, no pun intended.
It's washed away.
Why?
Whose responsibility is it? All of us. And I must say, and as a person in charge of advocacy in WASPA, we are requesting the government of Kenya to come up with an asset renewal fund, so that we can renew our assets assets that we are managing. When you look at our cities, our major cities, Nairobi, Mombasa, even in Murang'a, the assets that we are managing, some of them were developed before pre-corona period. When you look at how financing is done in the water sector, we are concentrating mostly on getting more resources, getting more water in the dams, and we are not renewing the infrastructure. So if the government had come up with an asset renewal fund that is targeting on renewal of the irrigation system, then that will address the losses. Assets alone will not reduce these losses. Without knowing that currently we are in the era of AI. As water managers, we should have utilities that are sensitive to the current technology. Like currently in Murang'a, we are using an app called Mobile Water. With this smartphone that I have here, I'm able to check the levels that we have in the tanks. I'm able to tell how the pressures are. I'm able to, even line managers are able to attend bursts when they occur through an enabled AI module that is able to measure the flow of water within our area of jurisdiction. We also need to engage our communities, ensure that what has worked in this country, we should implement it. I like the Nduh initiative by the national government that is used to address issues of security. What are we doing? Actually, in Murang'a, we use what we call 10 connections. The Nduh, as they report on matter security, they also report a line. They have a line that they are reporting on issues of water. So that together, we are able to reduce water that is being wasted. You may wonder why I talked about 14.8 billion is a lot of money, and it's washed away. Where does it go? We are not seeing flooding in this city. When you go to Mombasa, Nakuru, Murang'a, you not see flooding. Where does that water go? Is 48% is being lost. That water is consumed by somebody somewhere illegally.
Where?
That is why I'm saying we need to come up with technology-enabled companies through PPP programs that are going to assist our utilities arrestees. And I'm happy to say that I've seen an initiative by the Ministry of Water. There is a technology company called Acumen that is supporting our utilities to ensure that we are able to do X-ray, for example, of the irrigation system in the city, and are able to tell where water is drawn off, because pipes are not like power. Pipes, they are passed underground, so some of them must have been done many years ago, and we are not able to track where this water is being stolen.
I mean, when you talk about water distribution, so you are the source of water. Nairobi is one way or the other pretty much just the consumer of that water. And if you have infrastructure that you have developed in Murang'a that is now pumping that water to Nairobi, then Nairobi must be as well up to par to be able to access or to receive that water and distribute it. I want to talk about cross-border collaboration with any other water agency that is there, because when you're getting to Nairobi is Athi Water Services, right? Now, how good is the interconnection with other counties when it comes to water, so that at the end of the day we say, as a country, we are working together to ensure we are water secure? What's the collaboration looking like? What is the investments there is? What are the gaps, and what are we doing to fix that?
Water service provision in this country is a shared function between the two levels of government. The county governments, according to the constitution, are responsible for creating water companies and managing water provision. The national government is entirely responsible for development of infrastructure. For example, what you have stated around Nairobi, we have an agency. We have 8 agencies in the Republic of Kenya. What do we call them? Waterworks development agencies. The agency we have around Kiambu, Murang'a, Nairobi City is the Waterworks Development Agency, which is responsible for development of these assets, and it has developed a very good project, the North collector tunnel, which is delivering water to the city. The management of cross-border or cross-county water provision is done by the waterworks, and that is what Earth is doing, distributing that water to Kiambu counties, part of it in Murang'a County, Nairobi County, and Kajiado, and I think Machakos. And I think it's a good framework because of the teething issues that may be there between the county governments. The national government is able to come in, and there is clear law on how management is done.
I'd like to take a break at this point. We're looking at how essentially it's going to be possible to provide water across the country and make up that 25% as an SDG by the next, I don't know, it's 5 years now is what we're looking at in terms of the goal. But then also asking the question that these folks who are carrying water, I'm still on that 14.8 billion shillings that's lost, or water that's being stolen. Where is it going and who is buying it? And if this is the case, we're talking about 25%, there are parts of this country where people, as we speak, are walking kilometers to get dirty water at best to use. How are we going to figure that out? Let's talk when we come back from this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so traffic hour hasn't been too painful this morning. We're looking at a little bit of that still left as you come into the city via the Thika Superhighway. And as you also come in from Kiambu Road, that's not looking too bad as you get round towards Muthaiga Square. Let's go to other parts of the city where Ngong Road is not looking too bad either. There is some traffic on Jogo Road heading out towards Haile Selassie. And also as you get onto Haile Selassie, you'll find some inbound traffic. The city is a beehive of activity. It's in a buzz this morning. Whatever was on Aerodrome Road this morning, more or less sorted out. As you get into the city, a little bit of traffic left on Airport Road, or rather North Airport Road, heading out towards Embakasi. In and outbound traffic still continues there. We're doing good, guys. Let's see how Tuesday pans out, and we'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
As we continue our conversation this morning, looking at what it's going to actually take to provide water to meet that 25%. But even with this 75%, engineer, how can we be sure that adequate water is being supplied around the country? Now, we know that, Nairobi, as a source of it gets water from different parts, Murang'a being one of them. Just recently, the people of parts of Nyandara County were promised that they would get, some water supply where they didn't have it. Of course, increasing the burden, if it was really intended, increasing the burden on Murang'a. Now, let's look at these trucks that we see going around. It's not just in Nairobi, as what I'm made to understand. They get water from where we don't know. Maybe you can tell us. And they supply this water to homes, residences, businesses for a fee of not less than R1 per litre. So that means that the water is available that they sell to these folks, but for some reason, in these residences and or businesses, when you open the tap, the water does not run. But you can get water from the bowsers. I've never been able to understand that formula. How does that work, and why is it continually allowed?
I must say that the resources that we have as a country and as regulated water service providers is not enough for everyone, and sometimes there are breakages that happens. So we also have, and I must thank the effort that the private sector puts in ensuring that it's able to assist when there are breakages or the resources that we have are not enough. I must say that, for example, there are people who have private boreholes. Of course, they are licensed by WRA and they take care of that gap. However, as you say, of course, you cannot fail to get people who are either drawing water illegally without our knowledge, and perhaps cartels. We call them cartels, and perhaps selling at a margin. And that's why we keep urging our communities to be vigilant and ensure that they are able to report to us so that we can arrest that menace. I must also...
So people don't know? It's not known where this water comes from?
Sometimes, I'm saying sometimes, people may have drawn that water from a WSP without their knowledge. But we work very closely with the community so that they're able to report this to us and we're able to arrest that. And I must say, despite the increase in non-revenue that you saw from 44 to 48, of course, one of the reasons is we got a lot of water that came to the city. And when you bring more water into an old recirculation system, you expect non-revenue will shoot. However, I'm sure as we advocate for good governance within our WASPA, we are urging managing directors to ensure that we strictly focus on the water that is being lost, because we cannot be talking about a water scarce country, because if you look at the water that is available in this country, every person has about 645 per capita cubic meters. And worldwide, you're supposed to have water that is available about 1,000 cubic meters per capita. So it would be very wrong for us as managers to keep to be losing 14.8 billion, and yet the water that we have is not available.
How bad is the vandalism factor when it comes to non-revenue water? Because this is the very same city where you would walk and there is a connection that has happened. Everybody says it's illegal, but it's operating anyway, you know. So we're talking in terms of field officers who are there to monitor, to ensure that everything is being played by the books, but don't do that. How much is that causing to the 25% that you're looking at, or to the 14 billion shillings that we are losing every other time because of non-revenue water? How bad is the situation from where you sit?
Sometimes cartels would run behind us and draw that water. But I must thank the effort that I have seen with the Minister of Water. Initially, after the Minister of Water started what we call water police unit, the police that are, their work is nothing else but to look to assist the water providers in this menace. We recently used the water police in Murang'a when there was a such incident last year, but one, and we were able to arrest that situation. So I would urge the water service providers to work closely with their waterworks development agencies so that they can use that force that is available to help eliminate this menace.
When you talk about water, water is fine. There is the provision of water, but there is the quality as well. The other day I was speaking to a certain lawyer who was saying that the water that many are being provided for does not meet the quality there is. So even as we are working towards ensuring that we can provide water, so there is the old infrastructure there is that would see seepage of contaminants into the water system. So water cannot be, the end user of that water isn't assured that this water is clean or good for consumption. So in terms of fixing that, where are we? Because then again, we don't want to supply water that would make people sick.
Quality standards are there and are set by WASREB and WHO. And when you look at the impact report, you'll see 97% of the water that is supplied this country is of good quality. However, because of historical injustices, people tend not to believe that water that you draw from the tap is clean. But for example, if I talk about Murang'a, how I manage water, the water is of very good quality. People draw water directly from the tap and are able to consume as such. And in majority of water service providers. However, it is our responsibility, and that's what we do to ensure that we do testing of the quality of water every hour to ensure that what you release to the public is of good quality. It's also our responsibility to keep renewing the assets that are delivering this product so that we reduce contamination with.
Whose responsibility is it to ensure that water that is drawn from the boreholes meet the quality standard? Because at the end of the day, WRA is the one that gives licenses for one to drill a borehole. Yes. But at the point of supply of this water, who checks the quality standards to ensure that the end user gets water that meets that which, say, your institution has cleaned, as processed, and is good for consumption? Because the assumption is whether it's water that comes from the borehole or that which comes from say, Athi River meets the standard. Whose responsibility is it? Or is it that I just get to an apartment, we have borehole water, but I know very well it is salty water? Whose responsibility is it?
According to the regulations, every area has a certain water service provider that manages, or water company that manages water there. And within that area, there may be boreholes. It is the responsibility of that water company to ensure any other person who is providing water on their behalf meets the required standards. Because when there's an outbreak of cholera, outbreak of whatever, then it is not that private person who is responsible according to the law. It is the work of the water service provider. And for us to ensure that we reduce this, as we keep advocating for good governance and good management of the water services, even us as the managing director should be held responsible by the particular boards. Let every board, water service board, give targets to their managing directors on and remuneration based on how best you reduce your non-revenue water. Because it would not make sense to see 48% of our water going down the drain when you are complaining of lack of resources.
And so 48% of wow, 48% of water goes down the drain, literally.
Yes.
And if you just move east, this direction, east, to parts of Taita Taveta, Tana River, and then east go north, Garissa. There are people today who've woken up in the morning and are going to look for water for kilometers to get water that's not even clean, first of all. So I'm conflicted, because how do we say that water is being provided and that resource then being networked to 75% efficacy when we still have that experience happening within the borders of the same country? And how do we get to a place whereby, we say piped water for all and things like that, SDG goals, and we are saying that we are 5 years away from reaching that, when there are still people trekking to fetch dirty water for use? And for the managers who have performed well within the county governments, well, of course, still being in quotes, how then do we reconcile that situation where people are operating with that experience today?
There is a big gap between management of water in our urban areas and in our rural areas. And from my view, what the county governments should do is form a strong urban water company that is able to slightly charge tariffs that are cost recovery, and they are able to make small margin that is able to support the rural areas. Because truth be told, the demand for water in urban setup is different from rural setup. Because in an urban setup, you will find people have a cistern and a shower. In our rural Kenya, perhaps those things are not there. So the per capita demand is different. So the counties should have an urban company that is professionally run, that is allowed by the county governments to charge cost recovery tariffs and get some margin that is able to take care of the folks in the rural areas.
You see, when you talk about even the Tana River or Garissa that you talk about, most of the time is they would it would not be raining there. It would be raining in Masinga. The dam is full and the waterway spills off. And that water would go downstream and would flood the downstream in Tana River and Garissa, And with that, then we also have to bring in the national conversation that has been there in terms of having over 100 dams that is being constructed to help address that problem. So one asks the question, if the 100 dams that have been promised to the people became a reality, what would that do, number one, in terms of provision of drinking water, provision of water for irrigation, and overall the national water security that is the dream of Kenya as a country?
I think that can happen, and for us to ensure that we are able to limit floods that are there, not necessarily, even in Zoya, sometimes we have floods, is ensure that we increase the dams so that we can arrest the flooding. How do we do that? We need to. Government will not achieve that alone. We will have to do that together with the private sector. And that's why I'm keeping repeating that it is time that county governments should allow their water service providers to provide water with a cost recovery tariff. So that water service provider is accountable to a county government and is able to get subsidies that are going to address certain issues. The national government is responsible for development of those mega infrastructure. And I said, like it has happened in the Rironi Summit Road, it can happen in the water sector. We need to get professionalism into it. We need to ensure that the two levels of government, the county and the national government, are speaking.
The reason why I bring that up is because as we talk about Rironi Summit, which is a project that we see is ongoing, we welcome it. But we equally can't go far away from the fact that there was a dam that was to be constructed, the Kimorer Aror. There is the Toke Dam that is not complete despite the promises. And one looks at as if the water sector is not being given the attention it deserves, because the other projects you're mentioning have come after the fact, So how, from where you sit, is the water sector being given the attention it deserves? Why? Because it is the water, if there is proper development of mega infrastructure that would feed into food security, into elimination of cholera diseases that are waterborne diseases. But is water sector being looked at as a critical component that would address food security and health in the country?
Water sustains life. There's a saying that goes, very many people have lived in this world without love, but none has ever lived without water. None, and you haven't heard of none. And that's why we're here, to ensure that we bring these sentiments to the policymakers so that this can be addressed. In our WASPA, in our water association, we are advocating for example, a reduction of power tariffs that are used to pump water. Because in most of our counties, I think we are using a lot of power in getting water into homes. If EPRA is able to give a subsidy to streetlights to about 10 shillings or something, 9 point something per kilowatt hour, why not water? Which is more important than light, because you can substitute light, because you can even use candle in your house, but I don't know what is the substitute for water. So I think this is something that we should take not only make it emotional within our stakeholders, so that we are able to get the attention that we deserve.
So what is needed in terms of leadership and governance to then make that a reality from where you sit? Because to a certain extent, whether it's within county governments, there's maybe making it by. But what do you think is needed in terms of reforms to ensure this? Coming off the backdrop of something that you mentioned, whereby we're dealing with decades-old infrastructure to have a modern-day solution, how can some of these things be worked on? And if I can add a third thing there, is that it seems that people are not talking to each other. But people are operating in silos when it comes to governance here. Because, I mean, it sounds like a no-brainer to me when we say that, yes, EPRA should be able to say, then can we reduce the amount that we're charging water for if it's for the good of the whole nation, which everybody seems or should be working towards?
I started by saying that we are in the third cohort of management of water services by the county governments, and we have seen a lot of improvement in whatever you are calling talking. We have something we call intergovernmental water sector framework that is working very well between the national government and county governments to address this. However, we need to ensure that we advocate for technology-supported programs that would address the adequacy or the gaps that are there.
I mean, if you are managing water, say in a place like Nairobi, sorry to use that example, and every other turn you make there is a water bowser, what should that tell you in terms of supply of water to the people, especially where you manage? And with that in mind then, what must every other water agency do to ensure that we see less water bowsers, but clean water that Kenyans can get at the comfort of their houses? Are we seeing a situation where these water bowsers are businesses that many are benefiting from, hence no need of supplying water to the masses?
Generally, in our cities and not only the cities, you will see that provision of water in our informal settlement actually is different from high end. If you look at higher estates in this country,
they know what about us.
They know what about us. But when you go to the lower part, you see what about us. What do we need to do as managers of water in cities? Ensure that we provide management structure of water in those informal settlements, so that we don't allow them to be overcharged, because you're paying, if you look at informal settlements in this country, they are paying 100 shillings per 20 litre jerrycan. Well, somebody in a place like Kilimani will pay less than 45 shillings.
Are you therefore confirming that there is inequality when it comes to water provision, especially in the informal sectors, in informal settlements? And if that's the case and it is known, what would you reckon is the slow pace in addressing that problem?
We need to face it head on, come up with a plan. Of course, you understand about cartels. I think, Dennis, you know. and the question you're asking, I think,
with the cartels,
you have a better answer.
No, with the cartels.
But having said that,
as a water manager, let's just focus on the cartels. As the water managers who know that there is existence of the cartels, is it that cartels are so powerful that we can't deal with them with all the resources that we do have, backing of the government, backing of the water police, that we are unable to deal with these cartels? Or are cartels backed by someone?
What I'm saying, the cities are different, and I started by giving you an example of Murang'a, and we were able to get water police and dealt with the cartels, and that is what other water utilities should learn from us.
I hear you talk about goodwill, political goodwill in dealing with these problems.
Exactly.
Okay. What would political goodwill do to water provision to the 55 million Kenyans that we talk about today? And that would go to infrastructure, to the improvement of technology that we use today, to the proper communication between different agencies that would see water access is affordable and is accessible to all.
What I think we should do in our cities is ensure that we governance is key, and we have seen that happen in major water utilities. Companies should be let to run independently, of course, with mentorship and oversight from the county governments, without day-to-day interference. Companies were born to operate like commercial entities, so that universal access is achieved. And also ensure that you get competent managers and directors to read from the front. Like in Murang'a, we are using, to try and address non-revenue water, we are using smart seals provided by Sepio to ensure that when you tamper with our meter, you want to draw water by stealing, we are able to detect and we are able to deal with you. I think that those are some of the tech issues that should be used by our water service providers.
What do you see as the future? Because we started off when you were talking about, well, with what we have in place, is likely to see achievement of these goals in the next, few years. Do you think that Kenya will actually get there? And what are some things that must be then put in place in order to achieve that?
The future is bright, yes. We can achieve universal access by 2030. What do we need to do?
It's in 3 years.
In 3.5 years?
Yeah.
What do we need to do? We need to accelerate the budgets that our county governments are giving to that sector. Like, for example, if every county government was able to provide about 18% of their budgets into water service provision, and the national government, like we saw, is able to attract PPPs, then we will achieve our goal by 2030.
And can you do that without dealing with some of these issues under here that you've mentioned? Theft of water, loss of water. But that needs to happen while all these other things are being stamped out. How do those two work in congruence to then allow this universal access to happen?
The issue of theft and of water provision, that is an issue of management and should be dealt by the respective county governments and the water companies at the same time. As you pump more water into the water sector, also look at the issue of inefficiency so that we can address the gap that is there.
How has now, in terms of Wananchi plugging into this conversation, because they are the ones who demand this water clean, affordable and accessible, right? And with that, then there has to be a conversation where then they become your number one agents in these Nyumba Kumi initiatives that we see, that they're the ones who report, first of all, if there is vandalism. They are the ones to report whenever there are leakages. They're the ones as well to even report when it comes to quality or lack of it thereof, to ensure that everything is sustainable. How do they plug into this conversation?
We need to strengthen water user associations within our states so that they're able to own the vision that we have as managers of water utilities. We also need to provide incentives. We provide incentives ourselves to people who come to report the neighbor stealing water. We're able to get that information in confidence, get into the root cause and whatever is happening. Of course, when you're caught stealing water, there are punishments. Then a token of appreciation is given to the members of public so that they can be part of our advocates in the assets that they are in. And that's what water service providers should do.
Are we seeing county governments are working together with the national government? Because I would assume that when it comes to water in Murang'a County is not the same as water provision in Turkana County. So are we seeing more engagement together with the national government on what is needed where?
I must say that the relationship is good. I'm sure you are in media. You have not seen any war between the county government and national government on matters of provision. That's what I said. Because of the intergovernmental water sector framework, we have been discussing and we have moved great strides. Of course, there was teething problems when the county governments came, but currently those issues are not there.
It's all one to watch and see what the county governments are doing. Of course, not working in isolation, to see what's happening at a national level towards this universal access to water come 2030. It's 3.5 years from now. But then we must say good to see the strides, but then also implore that, a lot more must then be done to then be able to get to that. All right. Thank you very much for joining us in this conversation this morning to give us insights into that. Engineer Daniel Nganga is the MD of the Murang'a Water and Sanitation Company, and that's what we've been talking about today. Thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. And thank you for all of you who joined us in the Situation Room today to look at some of these pertinent issues, for us to have those conversations around some of the things that we did today.
Yep.
Likely that more and more as we continue to engage on some of these matters, then essentially they definitely do come to a head. Enjoy the rest of your listening on Spice FM this morning. Sugar and Spice comes in at 11 o'clock with Yolanda. Before that, enjoy an hour of the best of Spice FM. She comes in with that later.
Yes.
And of course, the word around town, definitely what you want to listen to as we get into it today. Asante Sana, and we look forward to talking with you again tomorrow morning on The Situation Room. And thank you for being here every morning as you do, keeping the conversations up as we should, and front and center. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tambor. A Nairobi court has lifted a warrant of arrest issued against Nairobi County official John Gombe Osike, one of the accused in the South Sea building collapse case, after he explained his absence from the previous court session. His lawyer Mutea Muthiri told the court that Osike had been unwell and presented medical records showing he had been declared unfit to attend court and granted 3 days sick leave. The court accepted the explanation and allowed him to continue participating in the proceedings. Osike faces charges of neglecting his duty to stop the construction of Mamzil Towers despite alleged non-compliance with building regulations. The case will be mentioned again on 27th July for further directions. Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata says the outcome of the All-Kalau parliamentary by-election has weakened Deputy President Kithure Kindiki's influence in the Mount Kenya region. Kang'ata says leaders must first demonstrate strong support in their home regions before seeking wider national influence. He noted that the region has traditionally voted as a bloc due to shared history, language and interest. The governor also said the by-election shows that voters are becoming more independent in their political choices and urge leaders to embrace peaceful democratic competition. Kibwezi West MP Mwengi Mutuse has challenged Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka to visit the Emali Ukia Road in Makueni County and assess its progress after earlier criticizing the project following its launch last year. Mutuse said the ongoing works demonstrate the government's commitment to delivering development projects and counter claims that the Ukambani region has been neglected.
Mara ya mwisho Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka alikuja pale katika barabara yetu ya kutoka Emali kwenda Ukea. Siku moja baada ya rais kuizindua, akakuja kesho yake usiku. Akakuja akasema kwamba barabara haijengwi. Akatembea hapo usiku kusema kwamba barabara haijengwi. Nataka sasa nimuulize Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka arudi hapo tena na asikuje usiku, akuje mchana aone kwamba barabara ile yeye mwenyewe akiwa minister kwa miaka 25, akiwa vice president wa Kibaki kwa miaka 5, alishinda kuweka. Mimi na Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto sasa tunaiweka lami.
Students applying for government scholarships have been warned against giving false family information to secure higher funding. Universities Fund Acting CEO Edwin Wanyonyi says some applicants are falsely declaring themselves as orphans because they qualify for higher scholarship support under the needs-based funding model. Said the agency, together with HELP, has systems to verify applicants' details and urge students to provide accurate information. Students placed in universities and TVET institutions